Keystone Window. Are you thinking of replacing your old, drafty, iced-over windows? Before you call Keystone, try this. Call those big window companies. You know who they are. No matter what price they give you, just say no, no. And watch how that price starts to drop. Funny thing is, Keystone's first and only price is lower than the final price they give you. Why? Because it's the honest way to do business. You see, if they lie before they have your money, how will you be treated after they do? Think about it. Call Keystone Window for a free estimate. We'll give you the real price right up front, good for 30 days. Save $80 per window on the best Energy Star vinyl windows made today. Lifetime warranty with labor, financing available. 267-308-2500. 267-308-2500. Windows for a lifetime. Keystone Window, a better window, an honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
How would you like to have Joel Embiid, Charles Barkley, and Chip Snapper at your next event? Hire Joe Conklin, the man of 1,000 voices for corporate events and private parties.
We hired Joe Conklin, a comedian. The guy's fantastic.
We hired Joe for our sales meeting, and he was hilarious. He had everyone from our top management down to the peons cracking up laughing.
We had Joe Conklin, and we did not stop laughing for the whole show.
Hire Joe Conklin now for corporate events and private parties. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com. Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station. 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, sitting in for Dawn here with Dan at the controls, and soon Henry with you, with some great people stopping by today. We just played that spot This is one where you can't put it off. This is a great theater, Colonial, The Blob, Phoenixville, downtown Phoenixville, the shootout on Trump's first 100 days. So I wanted to put that out there. The biggest thing has been illegal immigration and wanting more to do more on that, not being satisfied with it. That is the single biggest thing that I've seen happening here. That you can check the box and say, success, 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 that this was there all the time. Now, we still have upwards of 15 million people that are here illegally, of course. And that's going to be a thornier thing. It might take beyond 4 years. But you see the rollback on this. You see the self-deport. You see any number of people caught up in this. For example, here in Philadelphia, they didn't have that big parade in May. There's another one that was just canceled. Was it New York? And the headline was canceled due to ice storm, meaning they're afraid ice will be there. Cinco de Mayo somewhere. Big event canceled.
Not the Mummers?
Not the Mummer.
Oh.
The Mummers are going to take their place. And
sure.
The bottom line is, it was blatant. People were just saying, hey, it doesn't mean anything. I'm here illegally. What are you going to do about it? There's nothing. Nobody's going to, you're celebrated. So the bottom line is, this is the biggest success that I see. Do you see something bigger? Do you see something else? You can let me know. Big story today. I agree with the Philadelphia Inquirer for a while. I was telling Dan before the show, their editorial today starts off maybe the first 100 words. I could have written this, Philadelphia Inquirer. And then, of course, they pivot to attacking Trump. And, Dan, you said that Bernie Sanders attacks Trump, too.
No, Simone Sanders, sorry.
Oh, Simone Sanders.
Yeah.
All right, do we have that one?
Oh,
or
yeah,
no?
it's pretty bad, Dom.
I'll play this here in a second.
Yeah.
Simone Sanders, another Sanders.
One of the Sanders,
I think she was a spokesperson for Bernie Sanders at one point.
Yeah, something like that.
From MSNBC, goes after Trump. But the Inquirer makes the point that I make, and Roe, as the arbiter, thought, well, Dan may be more right yesterday, saying, it would look bad if Josh Shapiro, not to me, though, what would we say if Josh Shapiro said, hey, you know what? I'm not putting up with, we're going to, the guy that's a colonel for the state troopers says, we're going to have a security review here. No, buddy. What we need is a full investigation. Danny's acting like, yeah, a little tweak here and there. So a couple people took a look at who is it that guards Shapiro and his family. There are 24 state troopers, and they are called the elite squad. Wait a minute. This is the elite? But, of course, the Philadelphia Inquirer
did not
suggest or say, as you and I did yesterday, why don't you have dogs on the property? You know, trained, etc. Maybe you only need one guy.
Get Mr. T out there with the van.
Yeah. And this guy hears a dog barking on the other side as he's shinnying up the 7-foot-high fence.
Sound effect for that as well, Dom.
Is he? Thank you. Is he getting to the house? I don't think so. And still giving us this. And by the way, he's been charged with terrorism on a minor level. Even I couldn't consider the death penalty here, although I would consider
really?
it. Yeah, you can't. He didn't take any life here. I had to be consistent.
Okay.
Although I'd put him in jail for life if convicted of this. It'll be interesting to see what happens in court and what Shapiro says about it.
A guy that's so vocally wanting to cause damage as he is, though.
Yeah. He's a menace. That's why I said life.
Yeah.
You can't give the death penalty unless he takes a life. The other part
You think
of this,
Shapiro's reconsidering, though?
No, not at all.
No? I mean, he's very anti-death penalty because of his son. I don't know.
Exactly. He can't even challenge the state police on this and say, all right, if he doesn't want to go after them, just say, you know what, given everything, given the climate we're in, we need a full investigation on this. What's wrong with that? Why do we live in a society where we're stepping on eggshells with the state police who are not to be trusted? I would not trust them based on this to be protecting Roe, DJ, Luke, and Freddie.
Well,
I don't
based
think
on
you'd
this,
be trusting them to protect Maisie.
Well, I wouldn't be trusting him after the assassination attempt on Trump.
Well, that's the Secret Service, yeah.
Well, it's the Secret Service.
They were involved too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, now that we know about this, yeah, they were involved. What was their level of involvement there?
And where's the incompetency end with all this?
And this is the elite group. One of the Harrisburg papers says that this is a group, the Executive Services Office. There are 24 of them that are in this, and they have an office right there in the residence, which is manned 24 hours a day.
Wait, then how the heck does this happen?
Right, and they're watching cameras.
So like Barney Fife snoring with the hat over his
Yeah,
eyes?
how did the guy get to the building if there's somebody at the desk 24 hours a day? You don't go looking for this guy. You stay there and protect the residents and the governor. And how's this for the taps? The preliminary estimates are this will cost millions of dollars. That from several papers today.
That's a light estimate. Are you see the damage to the... Like to get all that renovated, and you're going to have to completely gut the property now, I'd expect.
Exactly. Oh, and with this being done, with state workers and the whole thing and all, God only knows how much it'll cost. And we're supposed to just say, well, move on here. That's it. How do we blame Trump? So the Inquirer says all the right things, except for the dogs. They wouldn't like that. And then they pivot to blaming Trump for the climate that's here. Where, if anything, this guy is just typical. By the way, he attacks women a lot on social media. The incel thing, something like that.
Who's this?
The arsonist.
Oh, gotcha.
Alleged arsonist. So here is Simone Sanders, though, doing her best to say Trump made him do it.
If you want to combat, then we don't know. We have to let the investigation play out. But obviously, the Passover Seder happened earlier that evening, and then hours later, this man attempted to enter the governor's home and set fire to it. We don't know if he had motivations that had to do with the fact that the governor was Jewish, but an investigation will vet that out. But what we do know is this is a long line and a string of political attacks. And I remember very vividly when President Trump was the attempted shooting against him, and all the Democrats and the Republicans spoke out, and you had a Democrat spin it over backwards and say, we have to take the temperature down, we have to bring the temperature down, when they weren't even the people that ratcheted the temperature up.
Right.
The people that ratcheted the temperature up, the folks that should have been the loudest here, in my opinion, it should have been coming from the Oval Office. But today, all Donald Trump had to say, and I'm going to paraphrase here, the attacker wasn't a fan of Trump. I understand from what I read and from what I've been told, said the president, the attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. He probably just a whack job. And certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen.
Me. That's what Donald Trump is all about. Me.
All right.
That was Conway at the end there as well. Georgie.
855-839-1210. So, again, Republicans playing politics. I mean, I'm egging them on. If I were in their position, I'd be saying, no, we need a full investigation of the state police. Oh, my God, people love the state police. I don't know about that. I'm the biggest supporter of police you're ever going to find. But when it's something like this, I'm not going to say, oh, let's praise the state police. Why? Well, we're going to take a look at this. No. This is reminiscent of the idiots over in Chester County allowing the guy to escape crab walk up the side of the wall in the prison and then be on the run for a month or so. And how did the guy, after doing this damage, escape on top of it? And it's only in a strange, Dan, she was actually called a paramour in one newspaper. I've not seen that word in quite a while, a paramour.
It's a good band.
Yeah. Rather than girlfriend. I don't know. She rejected. Call me a paramour. She called the police on him. Then he showed up and surrendered. That's what happened here. How is Trump responsible, though, in any way, shape? If he is, then every Democrat, all the stuff going on, the best example now that's widespread would be with Tesla. The rhetoric around that and the organized stuff around it points directly to it. So this guy's doing it because somehow or another Trump, and he connects the dots to go after Shapiro. Now, we'll talk with Steve Feldman of ZOA. Yeah, you certainly should look at the anti-Semitic stuff, but that's certainly just as much, if not more, from the left than it is anything that Trump would say. And I don't think the bottom line is this guy wasn't taking his medicine. That's what his mother said. Mental illness. He had been acting out before this. Why wasn't he stopped? We always come back to that. And there are difficulties with stopping people. You know, you have various rights that you can't tread on. And even though they're acting out, are they acting out enough to go down that path? This is almost a classic case. So we know these people are out there. What we need are people that live and breathe preventing this. Yes.
Simone Sanders does mention Tesla at one point as well, if you wanted.
Oh, sure. Let's hear Simone.
It's between the people throwing Montel cocktails at the Tesla dealership. Like, there are people who are mothers and fathers and people's brothers and sisters who work at the Tesla dealerships. Just don't buy a damn Tesla.
I completely agree. I think what is so horrific here is that there are kids. His family was in that home. Mm-hmm. And to your point about the Tesla dealerships, these are people just going to work. They are just going to work to make a living for themselves, to provide for their families. So you don't want to buy a Tesla, don't buy a Tesla.
All right, then. 855-839-1210. That's don't buy one. But again,
it's not the arsonists that are horrible. It's just don't buy a Tesla.
Yeah. The Inquirer has it exactly right. Very few publications are doing that. Really going after the state police in this. And saying, no, you can't just say you're going to check the security. You don't get to do it. You screwed up. Don't be afraid when the police are in a situation like this, any police, and they engage in this. You give me some other rationale why this was allowed to happen. And I want to know, though, what the Inquirer doesn't. Why can't you use guard dogs? Is that politically incorrect? Yeah, that's right. Is that racialized somehow or another? Why would you need guard dogs? Because you see a dog, you hear a dog in that situation, you know if you come over that fence what's going to happen. That's why. And it gives the police an added time so the guy doesn't get to the residents. And who's going to pay for this? Taxpayers. Millions of dollars. Which brings up the question, should governors have a mansion quite like this? I don't think they should. The White House is one thing. That's a national thing. But governors, Drumflock, it's pretty nice. It's not as nice as this, though, at least my memory of it. All right, you get in right now. We'll give you the side question in a little bit. Bill O'Reilly at 1245. The new hot guy, here we go again, in a poll out yesterday, Jon Stewart. He polls over Stephen A. Smith. Can you imagine Jon Stewart in a debate? My goodness. We went through this at one point. Remember when he did a big rally and teasing he was going to run for president? That's when he was the hottest guy out there. I'd rather have Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith, at least, is fun. You got some stuff going on. Jon Stewart, oh, my God. 855-839-1210. Jump in right now.
The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz. Shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking for a dentist that you can trust? then you need to have my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I've been telling you for 10 years that patients come to Dr. Bentz from all over the area. Beyond that, they come from other states. The woman from Ocean City I've told you about. It's because they make you feel at home and take care quickly and conveniently. Don't put it off. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949, and visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Let's be frank. You don't want to miss Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night. Get 2 hot dogs for $5 on Tuesday, April 29th when the Phils play the Nats at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to Kale & Company this morning at 7:30 for a major station announcement. Do not miss it. 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. Steve Feldman will be with us to break down this whole Shapiro thing. But more broadly, I'm looking at a story today. Why did a star Columbia student join an anti-Semitic mob? She was at Columbia, 3.99 on Law Review, and also ran the literary magazine. She joined this Hamas rally that ended in violence. And the answer is because people are being taught that Israel is colonial. They're the oppressors. So you got to be against them. You got to go against them. And Shapiro is a bold defender of Israel, as he should be. So is there any linkage with this guy? Tentative at best at this point. But the broader thing that's out there is Harvard now being told, no, you're not going to continue to do DEI. Trump administration holding up over $200 billion. Harvard saying, oh, yeah, we can withstand this. Good. Take away the napkins get sent there. Take away anything you can, down to a nickel. Do it against every one of these Ivy League schools that just is thinking we have an endowment. we're going to continue to do what we're doing. I can't get enough of it. I should keep a tally every day of how much has been taken away. All right, we'll talk with Steve. Give you the side question coming up. You get in at 855-839-1210.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork. Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time, sitting in for Dawn, and one of our certain go-tos, Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, should be with us here momentarily. This attack on Shapiro and his family happens first night of Passover. We haven't seen any smoking gun leading to anti-Semitic, in the mind of this guy, but I just think it's a good opportunity to underline with Shapiro why he is a figure that needs special protection, not just the governor of a big state with maniacs all over the place, but also because he's the target due to his national presidential, he's running. And in the Democrat Party, you cannot enunciate what he says, even though recently he gave $5 million to this outfit over here in Philadelphia that spews anti-Semitic hate, or at least they have. They made a good bit of news doing that. Joining us to break all this down, Steve Feldman, Executive Director for the Greater Philadelphia chapter of the Zionist Organization of America here in Philadelphia. Hey, Steve, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. I'm used to saying good afternoon to you and your audience. Good morning.
Yeah, me too.
Good morning to you and your audience.
Steve, so let's set this before we get to Shapiro. This Daily Caller had a great piece today. Why did a star Columbia student join an anti-Semitic mob? On March 27th, Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced he had revoked the visas of at least 300 students for participating in violent anti-Israel, pro-Hamas demonstrations. One of the first to be deported was, of course, Mahmoud Khalil. That's on hold. But they then talk about this woman. Her last name is Chung, a junior at Columbia. She's a green card holder. She emigrated to the United States, South Korea, at the age of 7 with her parents. She was valedictorian of her high school, holds a 3.99 GPA at Columbia, member of both the university's undergraduate law review and its literary magazine. Question: why would a straight A, extraordinary, Korean immigrant who lived in America for most of her life join and participate in this violence, this pro-Hamas protest? And they say the answer lies in the core tenet of modern progressivism, its rejection of the model minority stereotype, and also, to make her bones, so to speak, you have to see Jews in Israel as the oppressors and as the colonist. That's their summation. What's Steve Feldman say?
Thank you for again, bringing this important topic to your audience. It is amazing to see how pervasive and convincing, frankly, the anti-Jewish propaganda is out there on social media. It is nothing less than a cult. It is, I spend about a half hour to an hour a day, usually in the middle of the night on my own time, on TikTok, looking for this stuff, seeing what's going on out there. Not only on TikTok, Instagram, other social media. It's pervasive. It's convincing to somebody who has no idea of reality, of the truth, the narrative, the false narrative that the Jewish people are colonizers in our own homeland, and that the Palestinian Arabs, who are not from Israel but from Arabia, they're Arabs. Their heritage is from the Arabian Peninsula, are in the minds of so many people, millions of people, the actual indigenous people, which is completely false, is just hard to imagine. It speaks to the problem in the education system. It speaks also to the problems in the news media, which, whether willfully rather, or not, is spreading a false narrative about the war. Israel is defending itself. Israel was attacked, led by a genocidal organization, Hamas, led by not only Hamas, that talks about annihilating every Jew, every Rotary Club member, every Freemason, every Lions Club member. It's Israel defending itself against this and defending Western civilization, frankly. And why so many otherwise intelligent young people have bought into this is unbeknownst to me. I mean, I see on a lot of these same TikTok individuals on there. There's Bernie Sanders videos, other anti-capitalist, anti-American, anti-Western. It's a whole stew, and the Jew hatred is at the forefront of that.
Yeah, TikTok is very clever in doing it. One of the most insidious things, Steve, without a doubt. And aside from the anti-Semitic stuff, this person raises the issue on a college campus. You can't be the so-called model minority. You can't be the super achiever. You then have to do something to take away that stain. That's how far this stuff goes on college campuses. So
I think it's mental illness. I mean, I really think it's a form of mental illness.
Somebody that could both head the literary magazine, be on law review, 3.99 average, going down this path, living in the United States, shows you how pervasive it is. Now, with Josh Shapiro, he is problematic to the left, exactly for the reason we've talked about. I don't see anything yet, though, with this guy that triggers, even though it's the first night of Passover. What are you seeing?
I have not seen a lot. I was pretty much shut down for the first couple of days of Passover and observing the holiday, so I didn't see. I was trying to catch up on the news last night. I didn't see anything overtly anti-Jewish, either in his background and in what has been revealed about what he's put on social media. But I don't believe also that it's a coincidence to attack a Jewish governor, and thank God Governor Shapiro and his family are well, at least physically. It's got to leave emotional, psychological scars to be in your bed in the middle of the night and have your home set on fire with Molotov cocktails. But thank God they're okay. But I can't imagine that of all the nights of the year to pick, I mean, there's a number of Jewish holidays throughout the year, but for this to have been perpetrated on the first night of Passover, I can't believe is coincidence. I can't also believe that security was so lax that this guy managed to get to the property to be able to throw Molotov cocktails. I think I read that he got inside.
Yeah.
Hard to believe. But thank God the governor and his family are okay physically.
Yeah. Well, we'll know. It may not be overt, but you're right. In a mind like this, hard to tell. But the first night of Passover, he connects the dots. He hates Shapiro, whether it's something with his land or he's the governor and the state police. We don't know. But I could see somebody, if not explicitly anti-Semitic, targeting on that night. In his mind, it makes a bigger deal or something. Steve?
Yeah, I'm hesitant to call something anti-Semitic and anti-Jewish unless we really know for sure.
Exactly.
That it is. I don't want to cry wolf with that.
Now, it's a bit back burner until it's not. Talks with Iran, and President Trump, I think, took the right course of action, moving away from Obama. There's some signs here, though, that maybe that's not where we're going this time around in these talks. I don't know how much more we need to talk. It ought to be the same thing he did in the first term. What do you think?
I think there's not much to talk about. Nobody wants to have a direct military confrontation with Iran. They're unpredictable. There's reports that they've got sleeper cells here in America. So nobody wants to get in a military confrontation with Iran because of that. However, the United States must defend itself. It's Iran who backed Hezbollah, who murdered 241, I think is the number, Marines in 1982, 83. It's Iran that's giving the Houthis the wherewithal to fire missiles at American ships, and Americans have been hurt. They have been at war at us since 1979 when they took over our embassy in Tehran and held Americans hostage. I think it was 53, if memory serves correct, for 444 days. So it's important to set it straight that they're at war with us. We're not at war with them. We are obligated to defend ourselves, as every nation is. I don't know that there's much to talk about because they're so deceitful. They've not kept anything that they've ever committed to, the Iranians. So I don't know that there's much to discuss. I credit President Trump for trying. I think you have to go down this route to a certain point, but Iran knows how to stall, knows that President Trump is out of there in 3.5 years, a little more than 3.5 years, and they'll play the stalling game, just as Hamas has done. Hamas has been negotiating, but not in good faith. They've agreed to things, not kept their word, etc. So it's part and parcel with the same thing. I think the president has to try before he takes us to war, but Iran must be stopped. Iran cannot be enabled to have a nuclear weapon. They call us the Great Satan. We, the United States, they frequently leaders of Iran chant death to America. So it's a problem. If I may, Dom, I want to go back to one thing about the governor. We sent out a pretty strong letter to him a week before because he did give that $5 million grant to a local Islamic center. And that Islamic center has been inciting all kinds of anti-Jewish activity with their social media posts. I'm not sure what goes on in the mosque itself, but their social media certainly makes it very clear that they have an anti-Jewish agenda that they're promoting. That could lead to violence. That could lead to attacks. And it's very worrisome. $5 million is a humongous sum of money.
Yeah, he knows this too. He knows
yeah.
this too. And look, I'm very supportive. He has been a strong voice for Israel overall, particularly during some of the post-October 7th. But
not as strong as he could be.
But this is another example of what he's playing because the base of the party is engaged in anti-Israel at best, but really anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic thought. So that's what this is about.
I believe he's playing politics. I believe he's playing politics.
Yeah, the worst kind here. Steve, where do we find ZOA?
Thank you. So locally, we could be reached at office@zoaphilly.org. That's our email, office@zoaphilly.org. Online, it's philly.zoa.org. Nationally, it's info@zoa.org, and zoa.org is the website. And I thank you very much for, again, bringing these important topics to your audience. Nobody does it better than you.
Thank you, Steve, as always. Thank you very much. 855-839-1210. You get on board. You can't be Josh Shapiro. You got to give $5 million to this outfit over in Philadelphia. It doesn't deserve a dime. If you're Jewish and you say the right things post-October 7th, the Democrat Party rejects that. That's why he wasn't the VP choice. He should have been the VP choice. It's an obvious thing. Him versus Walz. All right, let me give you the side question today, and then we'll take some calls. 855-839-1210. Today is both National Laundry Day, and your taxes, or at least postmarked today, a double whammy. I mean, is there anything good about April 15th? All right.
Yeah, it's terrible. Did you file?
Yes.
You have an accountant?
Yes, yeah. And he's very good. Dom Giordano Enterprises, he's on that too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he might be a board of directors. You're on there.
Oh, yeah?
I put you on there without any knowledge.
Ooh, I like this.
So anyhow.
Am I the chairman of the board? No, you're the chairman, right?
No, I have to be the chairman. Well, Ro might be. I have to give her a role.
I think she should be.
DJ's moving to be chairman of the board. Why can't he be? No,
trying to
DJ.
unseat his mother.
No, you're a junior partner here. Exactly. So today's a day where things that you have to do, you may do them. Maybe you don't do them well, grudgingly.
Yeah.
They get done.
Yeah. Something you really don't like doing, but you do it anyway. And you do it sometimes with a smile because you just got to do it.
This is one of my age-old things about Ro. And guys know what I'm talking about.
Uh-oh.
The edging.
Oh, the edging. Do you guys actually edge at the house?
No longer, because no matter how I edge, I don't have I was thinking of buying the right equipment, type of stuff. She likes the guy that's, so I can't do the lawn because the edging is part of it. You can't just get an edger. Every year it creates this difficulty. I used to edge with a hand thing. I think it looks fun.
Actually would get out there and edge?
Oh, I edged it, yeah. But it's not good enough.
And
because it has
you'd
to
edge
be
it with
precise.
an edger and not with a weed whacker?
Yeah, it was an edger, but it was a hand one, and it digs down a little bit. It doesn't look.
But did your neighbors have edged lawns at the time?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
They have. It's a big lawn up and down the neighborhood, around the clock, starting at 7:45 when we get in.
And that's only because you got the idea from the shore, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
at the shore,
Everyone
all
has
those
it.
people there edge it. The place we stay, I mean, they come every Wednesday up and down the block, edging, guys running power mode, the whole thing, and they have the precise tool that makes it. It's the same type of thing of people that like the bushes trimmed into a shape or something. Can you imagine?
Oh, you're
No
talking
way.
about my wife on that one.
Oh God.
Yeah, we had to trim her
yes.
bush the other day.
You had somebody do it?
My mom.
Well,
My
there you go.
70-something-year-old mother came up from Virginia while I was
Edge that,
off.
Mom.
And, yeah,
what did she shape it into?
it's just a better shaped
Better
bush.
shape.
Yeah.
Oh God. The edging, though. Come on now. Stop it. Oh, it makes all the difference how it looks. Must be properly edged. All right, what's yours?
I got two of them. First one that comes to mind is sitting in the passenger seat of a car driven by Dom Giordano.
Yes.
And sometimes there's no other option, but you got to do it, even though you don't like doing it.
that is a great
And you do it
one.
with a smile, too, and you say, Dom, you're such a great driver, yet you're getting whiplash slowly but surely.
You look like you're under 200 pounds. Yes. Mr. President, yes.
The other one is eating something because my wife is a really exceptional chef. She makes some great food. But there's one particular dish that she makes, Greek chicken, that she is obsessed with. It's chicken that's like, it sits in yogurt for a little while, and then she bakes it, and it has like some...
Yogurt.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fan of it myself, and for a while I was putting on the smile, but now we've been married for a while, and she just...
Drop it.
Yeah, she knows that I'm not a huge fan of it because it usually sits on the plate, so she actually makes it as meal prepped now. But for a while there, it was, sucking it up and eating something the wife makes that you're not too fond of.
That's a great Greek chicken. Jim, do you have one in there? I don't know if you're listening, whatever. Do you have one? Something you got to do, but, maybe one of, maybe Merrill Reese has
I was going to say,
something.
maybe one of the impressions that he's
maybe
offering us to
Merrill
do.
Reese has one.
Something you got to do that you just can't
Yeah,
avoid.
yeah.
Well, in the last couple months here, it's been getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to come in here and do the morning show. But the reward in the end is I'm back here on the Dom Show for a little bit, and the band's
there
back
you go.
together.
Hey, look at that,
Okay, I pulled all that together. 4 a.m. I used to get up at 2:30.
Can't tell if that
doing
was
the morning
sarcasm,
show.
and he's essentially saying doing the Dom show with a smile.
Exactly, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
I am saying that with a smile, doing the Dom Show and being back here.
You never know where I'll turn up. You never know how the wheel turns here. It keeps turning.
As the Odyssey wheel turns.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. So something, and it's all in the call. Don't just call and blurt it out. Give us something you have to do. You get it done, maybe. You put it off as long as you can. And add a little bit of the personal touch. Edging, not the lawn. The lawn's fine. The edging part is just, I may have to strike a blow for edging again.
Yeah.
Get the proper equipment. I'm sure somebody out there
Just get a
knows
weed
something.
whacker.
No,
Multi-use.
that doesn't, you have to see Roe inspecting it. It's uneven here. It's off an inch
come
here and there, the whole thing. And that's a lot of edging to do at Giordano Estates.
I got
It's
another
massive.
one.
Okay.
One I hate doing, but I do it anyway just because I sometimes have to when the neck beard gets too long. Shaving the face.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
I like a good shave.
I know you do.
Yeah, exactly.
You
I could shave
You
during the
promised us a
breaks.
beard and never gave it to us.
Yeah, that's I don't look. The beard just,
It looked good.
By the way, in Wisconsin, we have the teen who killed his parents to get money to kill Trump. And in Florida, we have the would-be assassin hearings today who wanted to buy and was putting it out there, some kind of shoulder-propelled rocket to shoot down his plane. Just in one day, 2 hearings on this. It's got to be a strange life to constantly get threats like this. And look at Shapiro and his family. After a Seder, you have state police all around, and yet a maniac, an outright maniac, can almost burn down your house. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Summer's coming fast, and if you don't plan, you're going to be stuck home while everyone is making memories at the beach. Book your Memorial Day weekend stay today at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, my happy place. and I know you're going to love it. And it's never too early to book your June midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credit. 5 nights gets you $70, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits that you can use at Hemingway's restaurant right on site, the outdoor pool bar, their beach concession stand, or in the gift shop where you can get passes for a whale watching boat cruise. Always book direct with them for the best rates. The Grand Hotel at Cape May is also the perfect place to host a wedding, corporate event, baby and bridal shower. With 4 beautiful ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. So call and ask to talk to my friend Caitlin, and she will help you plan your dream event. Call them today at 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right. Dawn's show. Dawn back on Thursday, I believe. I'll be in with you today and tomorrow. And Dom Giordano show noon until 3. O'Reilly today. Nick on Kale and Company asked me, so do Democrats probably have to run somebody? Are they better off somebody? Yeah, they are desperate, but I am not counting anything post-Trump. It's unknowable. Can Republicans keep this coalition going? I don't put on the rose-colored glasses. I think a lot of this is Trump. I'm not so sure that people are going to say post-Trump. And we've seen this in certain elections. Are we going to see it here in Pennsylvania? Scott Presler yesterday, big election in November. Not 1, not 2, but 3 Supreme Court seats in one fell swoop. If people show up to vote or vote by mail, they will knock off 3 of these people that helped to turn the election in 2020 right here in Pennsylvania, among other things. They taxed you more. They took over the school taxing thing, which is supposed to be the legislature. And Scott yesterday talked about the huge advantage Democrats in this again with mail-in balloting. Again, you can't hector people too much. I get the allure of Trump. I get the juice. I get the excitement. But how many times do we have to say this, that you can have that all that you want? Now, what are Democrats up to? They never stop. I'm looking today at a bill that was just introduced in the House, and it could pass there. I don't know about in the Senate, that would put Pennsylvania in the column of saying all the electoral votes, say by 2028, 19, would go to the winner of the popular vote, not in the state, but nationwide. Democrats are now up to 209 of states that have ratified this. This is how crazy they are. The stupid popular vote thing again. How many times do we have to go through this? How many times do we have to talk about the genius? I may have to go on tour in this if it gets any worse, of the Electoral College. It's the most genius things up there anyhow that the Founding Fathers came up with. It was a great compromise. You know how I feel about that. It's exciting that even the little guys have a shot, a swing state here and there. They're at least heard. So if they get Pennsylvania's 19, that is, let's see, that's 228. They only need 270. And each time somebody does it, they get more energy on this. That would mean whoever won the popular vote most likely is going to be president, completely taking away the system that we have. Yeah, I know Trump won the popular vote this time around, which tells you the just the charisma of Trump and how bad Kamala Harris was. When you have to overcome the vote in California, New York, Illinois, right off the block, I mean, we're behind. It's unimaginable that he did that. That's how big of a breakthrough he did, by keeping down the Jersey vote, coming relatively close, doing better in state after state that are blue states, and bumping up the numbers. I don't think you're going to see a Republican in our lifetime win the popular vote, though. I just don't see it. 855-839-1210, you get in. Anyhow, here's a little bit of Keith Olbermann. Dan tells me that Olbermann is obsessed each day. That's right.
The worst person in the world!
By the way, Bill O'Reilly on today, when I filled in for O'Reilly, they read you a list of don'ts, and one of them was ever to mention Keith Olbermann. And Keith Olbermann back then had quite a thing going, calling him Billo for Bill O'Reilly. And he made him the worst person in the world.
The worst person in the world!
By the way, we haven't heard from somebody that's a listener and was the worst person in the world.
Yeah. I'm going to text her, I can get her on.
Yeah, Joan Cullen. Yeah, what does that feel like? The only time I've had experience with him is when I said that Columbus had it rougher, was more of an explorer than people being shot into space. I did it on Columbus Day.
You're one of the big highlights and beacons in the Italian-American community in Philadelphia, and I am just so happy for your support as well.
That was George Paquetto after the Columbus statue.
Oh, the Columbus statue, yes.
Return, yeah.
And Keith Olbermann returned fire on that day, and thousands of tweets back and forth went with that. He went nuts that I would suggest Columbus was putting it on the line more than astronauts.
So as we tease this, I want our listeners to get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please like, subscribe, click that bell, and get notified anytime one of us goes live. But Dom, over on YouTube, I'm going to pull up the video of Keith Olbermann. Very hard name for me to say. I don't know why. But Keith is in the strangest pose I think I've ever seen for a promotional podcast tweet, wearing the strangest outfit. So here's Keith.
On the all-new Monday Countdown podcast, Kristi Noem, the head of the Department of Homeland Security.
So we'll get into his content of his, but I just want to pull him up first. And would you ever be seen wearing this outfit, Dom? To describe to just the listeners, Keith is wearing a pair of bright red sneakers, a pair of jogger sweatpants, gray jogger sweatpants, a zip-up sweatshirt, gray sweatshirt, over a dress shirt, which I'm assumed is tucked into his sweatpants, while staring up at a camera while standing on a bridge.
Yeah, the camera angle, the producers of this. God,
Let me ask, if I were to ask you to wear joggers, a hoodie over a dress shirt while wearing bright red shoes, standing on a bridge and looking up at a horrible MySpace angle, would you say yes to that?
Of course. I would think you have
okay.
my best interest at heart. You'd be thinking, yes, this is going to make this podcast unbelievable.
Well, here's what Olbermann had to say.
On the all-new Monday Countdown podcast, Kristi Noem, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, and Tom Homan, the head of ICE, must be arrested immediately for contempt of court. They are defying court orders to return Mr. Abrego Garcia from captivity and torture in El Salvador. And they and Trump are on the verge of being in contempt of court of the Supreme Court, as Trump begins to indicate he will not abide by its rulings about returning Abrego to this country. It is time to teach the Trump administration a lesson. The Trump administration is trying to teach the rest of us a lesson, which is that even if it makes a mistake, it will not correct it, and that we should all be afraid of being arrested even if we were born here.
Well, if they see you in that outfit and that deranged look, that might be a possibility. Arrest that man.
You should be arrested for that.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
God, they don't go away. All right. Maybe the Democrats will consider him as their VP choice.
A dress shirt with sweatpants?
That's like Michael Nutter tucking in the Phillies jersey when he threw out the first pitch. 855-839-1210. Did a Phillies announcer, too? I see this on Mediaite.
We actually have Nutter's commentary on Keith Olbermann's outfit.
Oh, okay.
Completely dumbass idea.
Did a Phillies announcer bring up the Titanic during a home run last night the day it sank?
Did they?
I'm not sure it was Tom McCarthy or who it was, but it's on Mediaite.
I could probably pull that really
Yeah. I don't see anything, particularly wrong. I'm not sure of the context.
High fly ball to deep left center field. That one is gone. Home run for Castellanos. It's his third of the year. It's his second RBI of the game. It's a two-run ball game.
He did not hang one to Bryce Harper, but he hung one to Nick Castellanos, and Nick did exactly what you're supposed to do with it, especially with the way that he's swinging the bat. That is a titanic blast.
What?
Too much?
No, I think you're right on it.
Oh,
and a
You can't say Titanic blast now?
I think
know
you can.
It's on the day the Titanic sank, but Titanic now is out of bounds?
Almost 100 years, right? Or
There's got to be a provision. You can say Titanic even on the day. My God, I thought he said something, bringing the sinking of the ship in, and the picture was sinking. Get the lifeboats.
It's only been 113 years.
Yeah, you're able to say it. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You can get in. Hit us with something on this day, National Laundry Day. Of course, Pay Your Taxes Day.
I got some great ones on Twitter.
Give us a couple.
Amy says house cleaning. I think that's a very...
of course.
I had to do that one this past week. It was miserable. Flossing from Jimmy. Do you floss?
I take the Fifth Amendment. Dr. Bentz has it on in his office right now. I do occasionally.
Do
but
you?
I'm more into water picking now.
Okay.
Big time water picking.
Under the advisement of Dr. Bentz, right?
Under the advisement of Dr. Bentz. The flossing, I try.
Robert says putting down fresh mulch every year. Also something I did within the past week.
The mulching.
Yeah.
Oh, that's got to be
That came
tough,
after
yeah.
trimming the bush.
Okay.
And then finally, speaking of, Frank the Tank says, getting my back hair shaved.
Oh, God. Frank, tell us who shaves the back hair.
Shall I reveal who shaves my back hair?
You have enough back hair to be shaved?
Yeah, the wife does occasionally.
Oh, I don't have
It's
enough
back shoulder
hair.
hair, and when I wear like my
Okay.
dress shirts, it looks like I got like yeah.
You look like one of those guys that might start shaving the chest hair. Though.
I have stomach hair, which is surprising.
Yeah, but how about chest hair? You can't shave that.
I have chest hair, yeah.
Chest hair, women, come on.
I used to, and then maybe
chest
made me
hair
stop.
is still attractive. Let's stop it already. Don't let. You think Henry might be shaved?
You don't want a boyish chest?
No. I suspect that. When he gets in, we'll ask him.
No, there's no way Henry shaved his chest.
All
First
right.
thing we asked him today.
855-839-1210. Something you have to do, but you really put it off. Hard to do. That's what we're looking for. National Laundry Day. Get in with Dom and Dan. Talk Radio 1210.
One true time I hold you in my life will always go.
Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
A cold front will pass through the region today, keeping the sky partly to mostly cloudy. It'll turn breezy with a chance for a spotty shower or storm with a brief downpour, high up around 68. For tonight, turning colder, partly cloudy, low 42. And Wednesday, partly sunny, windy, and cooler with a high 56.
Earn up to 3% unlimited cash back with an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard on essential items such as groceries, gas, pharmacies, and home improvement stores. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom time, sitting in for Dawn at 855-839-1210. Side question, something that you got to do, like laundry, taxes, and you put it off or had struggled to do it. That's what we're looking for.
Computer Cody on Twitter, holidays with relatives.
It's pretty bad to admit that publicly, though. That's pretty good.
He also says cleaning the house gutters, which I guess he groups along with that.
Oh, yeah, that's dangerous, potentially. I had Leaf Guard for a while. As far as a sponsor, and it does really stop having to do that. So 855-839-1210, you get on board. The Shapiro thing, again, is stunning And I commend the Inquirer until they pivot and they blame Trump for it. You know that's where it's going to go. It's the Trump era. That's why we're seeing so much of this stuff. That's why there's so many threats, etc. At the same time, Taylor Lorenz, I think we give this woman too much play. She's a dope, but she was Washington Post. She's on all national shows. She's out there, again, with the praise of Mangione, talking about he's a moral man. And that's hard to find now. You know, with women like this out there, I kind of understand how difficult it is for people to be together for too long. Can you imagine dating this one? It's just amazing. I don't see that cut on here, though, Dan. I thought we had it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cut 5.
Okay, cut 5. Here's Taylor Lorenz, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. I think she's on with Piers Morgan, and the fascination continues. She's called an independent journalist with the guy who just cold-bloodedly shot a man, a family man, not that that matters, to death on the streets of New York.
Hilarious to see these millionaire media pundits on TV clutching their pearls about someone standing a murderer when this is the United States of America, as if we don't lionize criminals, as if we don't have, we don't stand murderers of all sorts, and we give them Netflix shows. There's a huge disconnect between the narratives and angles that sort of mainstream media pushes and what the American public feels. And you see that in moments like this. And I can tell you, I saw the biggest audience growth that I've ever seen, because people were like, oh, some journalist is actually speaking to the anger that we feel.
The women who gather outside court in New York.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like, here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a person that seems this morally good man, which is hard to find.
Yeah, I just realized women will literally date an assassin before they swipe right on me. That's where we are. I'm sure you wouldn't like to be compared to a Trump supporter, but some of how people cannot understand why people have sympathies for Mangione strikes me as the same as a lot of media not understanding why people support Trump.
I totally agree.
It's because a lot of people are just really, really desperate.
They want somebody to take on the system. They want somebody to tear down these barbaric establishment institutions.
All right, now wait a minute. So the Trump supporters, the best we get is a bone thrown here. You supporting Trump is like this dizzy woman. There, Dom, go for every stereotype you can. This dizzy woman supporting Mangione, or the women that are going to show up there in droves around us. Well, he's trying to have a moral conscience. No, what he is a maniac who wants to be famous, just killed a guy for no reason, however you want to convolute it, whatever the guy was doing or not doing. And I realize, with healthcare executives at this point, that's down there with What's the members of Congress. And he's being not only lionized, fantasized about. And again, the Washington Post doesn't have her anymore, but she's on just about every podcast, everything that you could imagine. And it's just silliness, but silliness that's dangerous on top of it. All right, 855-839-1210 will get you on board. Speaking of which, John Meacham, the stuffed shirt himself. Now, this guy, this historian, this is cut 10. He's the guy that propped up Biden. He's the guy that put it into Joe's head you had to do all that spending. Listen to what he says about where we are now in America. He's postulating, why would a scientist even consider coming to America because of Trump?
One of the ironies of all this is that the America that so many supporters of the president seem to want to go back to is the America that was built by the institutions, the impulses, the investments that I'm not even going to say they want to undo them, because I don't think they really voted for that. They voted for this man, and whatever this man does, they're willing to follow. But we had this argument from 1945 until 1952. Were we going to build walls? Were we going to retreat from a world that had led to these two global cataclysms, the two world wars? Or were we going to engage and invest? And it was a ferocious battle. There was red baiting. There was legitimate arguments about whether we were better off focusing on what Herbert Hoover called the Gibraltar of America, just stand alone if we can. And it was President Eisenhower and President Truman, one Republican, one Democrat. They couldn't stand each other by the time they had sort of ended up on the wrong side of politics. So this isn't some sort of dorky nirvana I'm talking about. These were competitive political parties, competitive political men who made a decision at the beginning of the Cold War that we were going to compete, and we were going to research, we were going to build. We might not see instant returns on a dollar, but that's what research is. It's, to use a biblical allusion this Holy Week, it's bread upon the waters. Sometimes it comes back. And the builders won that debate, and now that's being undone.
All right, so the builders won. That's how we're going to characterize this. By the way, coming up, I think the big story of the day, and I'll give you more details on it. What did the Trump administration tell Harvard they'd have to do to get the $2.2 billion? It's not just DEI. It's a bunch of stuff that I completely agree with. And if they can't agree with this, they say they're private. They don't have to do it. Let's just see if $2.2 billion doesn't make a dent. These others now are puffing themselves up. These other colleges saying, well, if Harvard can do it, maybe we can too. All right. It's a showdown here. And every time the Trump administration takes money away from these colleges, I feel like having a glass of wine. It's at least one glass of wine. It's so deserving at so many years, at so many levels. What they charge, the indoctrination, the arrogance, the insufferability up and down the line. And they're not geniuses either. All right, your call's coming up, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. We'll get into all that. Dom here for Dawn on Talk Radio 1210.
We were better off focusing on what Herbert Hoover called
we could use a man like Herbert Hoover again.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles right now available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So should I cover up the fact, Dan, that the Philadelphia FOP has not endorsed anybody in the DA's race?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, let's.
They're obviously not working with Krasner, so.
Well, I think if you ask the head guy to come on, he came on once, kind of haltingly. That's where the problem is. That my friends over there and others, not saying they say anything to me directly, but I'm reading the tea leaves. I think it's maybe one guy, new regime there with John gone, John McGrody gone, John McNesby gone, and that's it. How in the world can you not endorse Judge Dugan in this race?
Well, I think I know. I think that FOP really believes that there's no shot that Krasner loses, but they can't endorse Krasner because they know it's just very hypocritical to do so. But they know that this guy's going to win, so they got to work with him moving forward, so they can't send an endorsement against him.
And I would tell the guy point blank, are you crazy? Let's play it out. You really think Krasner's going to go easy on cops? He hates cops. If he's standing up there in May, whatever the date is, a winner, and a recent poll shows he's winning by a good bit, you think he's going to be thinking, oh, the cops took it easy on me. Maybe I'll realize the cops work the same side of the street as I do. He's going to come after them even more.
But I think it's more of I think cops have recognized that things have sincerely changed in the Sherrell Parker administration. Larry Krasner's power has been kneecapped to a degree. So why poke the bear if he's already treating cops better than he had been in the past? Is that just going to return him to his old days of targeting cops on a very radical level?
I don't think he's changed at all, Dan. I think he's targeting him. No, it's my sense. So in this poll, and that was an internal Krasner poll, he has a 51-point lead among black, self-identified black people in the poll. Again, the great white hope. What are these people seeing that I'm not? He makes a show. Nobody's guilty. He's bringing everybody home. Everybody's innocent. Meanwhile, you know what the record is, and the record continues. And he's only going to do more of it. And he's running against Trump. I think Judge Dugan, come on the show. Not only that, the FOP, what am I supposed to do then? Am I supposed to just say, Dan's right on this? Give them a pass. They live in Philadelphia. What are you going to do? No. I still think you got to say Judge Dugan is the guy. You know, we're not going down this path. Larry Krasner is not going to change. It just stuns me. I mean, I still have hopes in this. I think Dugan's a heck of a combination of things. But if Krasner wins and it's a landslide again, then you got to say this is what Philadelphia wants.
My argument would be less him going after cops, more right. I feel cops feel less threatened to do their job under Parker than versus Kennedy.
Well, under Parker, yeah, but that's
and all I'm saying is I think if they were to endorse against Krasner, that would only give encouragement for Krasner to return to the days where it was impossible to police under him because of the fear of him coming after you.
All right, I take the other side. Maybe it's just, my forsworn is to stop this guy some way, somehow, ultimately. But maybe this is what Philadelphia is, the most radical guy imaginable. All right, 855-839-1210. I think Judge Dugan, the next debate, when the opening is there, like when he brought up Dugan's wife, you got to go after him right there and say to the moderator, sit down and shut up. I'm not going to go forward one syllable more. You, stand up, buddy. What do you want to say about my wife? Tell me what you want to say about my wife. That would be my tactic. What do you think this little worm would do in that situation? Well, it's not about that. It is about that. All right. So, no, I can't support the FOP in not endorsing in this. If you don't want to do that, then why in the world do we have to come to your beck and call when Krasner does what he does?
Of the Josie case. The one that was decided by this judge with his wife, a uniformed police officer, well, at least a police officer.
Don't put my wife staying in your mouth, young man. Yeah, let's not go there.
Wait a minute. Tell the moderator. You already went there. Stand up, buddy. Stand up. That's the opening you want. I verify that under any circumstance. Anybody says anything about your wife in this public sort of thing, you go right after him there. And anybody that doesn't support you, particularly any male, something's wrong with you. Dan, do you concur, or do you think we're in a different era now? You can't do that.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. Like someone comes after Maisie on there, I'm going.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. That's the way it is. It's an unwritten rule. Even women like Rove that are peaceful, et cetera, and all that.
Wife and kids.
You go after the guy's wife. Oh, it's even worse with the kids, bro. Yeah, if you bring the kids into it, then that's it. All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line coming up. More on the side question. Bill O'Reilly, 1245 here. What does he think of this Stephen A. Smith possibility? He's been in the ring with Stephen A. Smith on his road show. We'll get into all of it coming up.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time when we have some world-shaking news here. But first, Henry joins the Three Musketeers.
We've been waiting for this moment, Dom,
yes,
all morning.
We've been waiting. As I said, I'm not sure, Dan, there when we were talking about the side question today, which is things you don't want to do.
Henry,
and you talked about.
Can you get a drum roll going for this one?
Yeah, get a drum roll, please.
Boy, I'm nervous.
Shaving your back hair, which I never in a million years. The worst call I had in the history of doing this, 37 years, thousands and thousands, was a guy that called in for some reason to talk about his dad shaving his back
Wait,
hair.
his dad would shave his back hair?
Yes. That
No.
was the worst call.
No, come on.
It's just frozen.
So
out
what's
of all
worse,
these...
your dad or your wife shaving your back hair?
some
Because I got the
ferocious-
wife, Henry, that shaves my back hair.
Yeah, some ferocious calls, but that's the worst.
But that's not what
Henry,
the question was.
No, we were going over body parts, and Dan, I think, alluded to that you might be a guy that shaves your chest hair.
No, that was you that said.
I didn't say
I
any
said
of
I
that.
used to shave
Yes.
my chest hair when I was about Henry's age. And you go,
Okay.
you think Henry shaves his chest hair, so we wanted to know, Henry.
There you go, Henry.
Do you shave your chest hair?
Man, this is a hot start to the show today. I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, you know what? In the summertime, I like to be bare-chested.
All right, I win again. There we go. All right, I did say it. Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on. But if you lost, you would have said that I said it.
Of course. Okay, I can't believe it. Oh, my God. Greg Stocker's standards. I thought that was a question on the test.
I think when women hit 28, that's when they start liking the chest hair.
28.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I thought 25, but I can go with 28.
I don't like it. That's the issue.
Oh, my God.
It
God.
looks bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it looks good. Well, you know what?
No.
I've never seen. No, I don't want to.
Yeah,
see
you
it.
don't want to see mine. I don't think. Maybe that's the caveat. I don't
Okay.
think mine looks good.
So, Henry, when does the shaving, what's the month the shaving starts?
Oh, like Memorial Day weekend to Labor Day weekend.
Oh, God.
like the
So
fashion
it's like
rules.
never wear white before a Memorial Day
Yeah,
and after
essentially.
Labor Day.
Well, yeah, I'm not
and
going
never have
any-
chest hair during that period.
I'm not going in any pools or oceans between those times. So yeah.
All right. So just remember, this is a good promo. Since you've done this, you have to pay the penalty. Get on that promo by this afternoon. People are going to want to hear
They
it.
just run their hands through my leg hair.
All right. So that's the side question
Biden,
today.
yes.
Now, if you're Ed Rendell used to run into the pools in Philadelphia when they opened the pools, big deal for the summer.
Would he shave
And
his chest?
you couldn't have enough guys shave him entirely. He is,
George the Animal Steel?
Yes. I have not seen anybody quite like that. I mean, it's that's excessive. That's a little bit. But some nice chest hair, that's a male prerogative. Man, oh, man, I can't believe it. Greg, are you still in the building? The guy that shaves chest hair. In the history of talk, cannot believe it.
Now we know this time we can get a live waxing on air.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I prefer that, honestly.
Okay, well, you know what? I think we can accomplish that to have some more sport here. Okay. Please, we can't show that on YouTube, but maybe if there's some waxing, we could.
We can.
We can.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Do I want to be shown on YouTube doing that? I don't think so.
Oh, well, if you're doing it, you ought to.
You can put a mic next to me as I scream in
Okay.
pain, but like.
Okay. I mean, another reason against all this shaving, again, it's expense, it's time. And this, sadly, is what women are put through. Why would men have to want to adopt that? I've never gotten that. It's a luxury not to have to go down that path.
I don't like the way it looks.
Okay.
It's just
All
that
right.
simple. It's not like a comfort thing. It's just, in the summertime, like I think I look better bare chested.
All right. All right, let me move on here now. Dan, I think you're still in shock. Okay. All right, so
Just imagine the guy with a bare chest.
I said that the lead story today, we're seeing more of it. Trump administration will freeze $2 billion. Harvard refuses demands. Now, you're not seeing enough in the media. You know the one demand is the DEI stuff, which plays into harassing, attacking Jewish students, anti-Semitism. But the Trump administration also demanded of Harvard conducting plagiarism checks on all current and prospective faculty members. What's wrong with that? Why wouldn't you be doing that? Sharing all its hiring data with the Trump administration and subjecting itself to audits of its hiring while reforms are being implemented, at least through 2028. Providing all admissions data to the federal government, including information on both rejected and admitted applicants sorted by race, national origin, grade point average, and performance. They don't want to do that because of Asian students. Immediately shutting down any programming related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, overhauling academic programs that the Trump administration says have egregious records on anti-Semitism, including placing certain departments and programs under an external audit. The Divinity School, the Graduate School of Education, the School of Public Health, and the Medical School, among others. The demand suggested, says the New York Times, that the federal government wanted to intrude on processes that universities prefer to have control over and how they admit their incoming classes. Plagiarism accusations, for example, are part of the reasons that Harvard's president was forced to resign. All right, you're going to give you billions of dollars? Then you're not going to continue the same nonsense that we've seen play out here. Now, the other side saying that Harvard is going to withstand this. They said, no, we're not going to comply with this. We can lose the $2 billion. And that this is rallying other schools to say, yeah, we're going to take you on too. How is this a win? How are these other schools? Now, Harvard has an endowment, I didn't check it today, of tens of billions of dollars. And they can pretend they want to dip into that. But the people that run Harvard, etc., they don't want them dipping into that endowment. They don't want them having to spend that money. They want our money. They want federal tax dollars. And yet, they want to do things that are illegal. That's the bottom line. Now, it's being billed as a freedom of speech or something else, but that's not what it's about. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210 today, National Laundry Day. Today, also National Pay Your Taxes Day.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what percentage of people now have a tax person. I'm not talking about, the big companies, but your own tax person.
I think less now than before.
You think so?
Yeah, because of all the tax, rocket tax, and all those, whatever they're
Yeah,
called.
maybe that's taken some of it off. But still, that people need that to do this versus being able to do it relative for yourself gets into the complication, gets into the overtaxing. And hopefully, we're going to see when the dust clears on the tariffs, and Steve Moore will be here at 2 o'clock today, we're going to see the Trump bill move forward without delay, that and deregulation. And that will go a long way to easing some of this burden. But today is a day that, despite the Trump tax cuts, where we know have the burdens that are there, we know how far this goes, we know how much. I haven't heard anybody talk about the flat tax or anything like that in forever. But that's the fairest. That would be at least an attempt to try to curtail this. All right, we also led off the show today talking Josh Shapiro. Philadelphia Inquirer has a big editorial, and they said everything that I said yesterday, except for the dogs. But then about halfway through, not even halfway through, they pivot to blaming Trump for the attack on Josh Shapiro, the governor's residence. And as it stands now, we're told that the state police said they're going to do a look at their security there. Where are the Republicans to say, no, that's not good enough? This is millions of dollars in damage. The worst could have happened. They could have killed family members. The state police have shown themselves not to be, I wouldn't think that they're worthy of protecting my life. I don't, based on this. And just their attitude post this. 24 members of the Pennsylvania State Police, article today says, are in an elite squad. They have a desk there to be manned 24/7 that's at the residence, in addition to the cameras, the wall security, etc. How in the world do you just let stuff, and this is the same day where two people are being on trial, or they're being arraigned today. One who wanted to kill Trump tried to get rocket-propelled grenades to do it, hit his plane. Another killed his parents in order to take money to finance killing Trump. They're both on trial for those allegations today, or at least the preliminary hearing. So how in the world? Now, we saw this in Butler, Pennsylvania, and we saw what Trump did. He cleaned house with the Secret Service, and he replaced with the guy who did the best he could under those circumstances to protect him, that he believed was going all out to protect his life. I think the same thing ought to be there for Josh Shapiro. And in this day and age, that's just incredibly hard to believe it's not. All right, 855-839-1210. Henry, I don't know, you may have not heard it with all the chest hair shaving.
Yeah.
Our side today is something that, you were on this, National Laundry Day and Tax Day. Hit us with something that has to be done, but you put it off or it's very hard to do.
Yeah, for me, that would be going to the dentist.
Okay,
I don't enjoy doing it. I mean,
Okay.
everyone there is nice enough. Everyone's very
Okay.
talkative, but that's kind of what I don't want when you have sharp objects in my mouth is to talk to me.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
nice to pass the time, but, at the same time, when you scrape my gums, I really don't want to answer your questions.
All
I
right.
think the specificity of having a conversation with a dental hygienist while the instruments are in your mouth is a great answer.
Yeah.
As well.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Something you
Well,
don't
they're
wanna do, but
trying
do it
to
anyway.
be, helpful to you, et cetera. Well, make it less painful, but your mind's on that. Yes.
All these teeth talk is not a shot towards you, Dr. Bentz, I promise.
Okay. No. Well, I would tell you that just came back from Dr. Bentz, and he is just all out to prevent anything like that. But I don't know. Dentists have it rougher than doctors. That's something that plays right into it. All right. So we got some good ones on Twitter. Give us yours. Mine was edging. You heard Dan's. The Greek chicken and other things. Maisie, no more Greek chicken. That's it. You're outed on this. 855-839-1210. You hit us with that. Bill O'Reilly at 1245. So the latest celebrity darling is Jon Stewart. He's out polling in the poll out yesterday. Stephen A. Smith to be the Democrat presidential candidate. Is that better than what they have? Yeah. Stephen A. Smith might be. Well, he doesn't know Ukraine. Yeah, but take a look at what they would offer. Take a look at the people. Mayor Pete still in like third or fourth place. Booker's in second. Governor Beshear of Kentucky that nobody would know. And he's a guy whose father placed him into that. He had the nerve to attack J.D. Vance's life story You may remember during the presidential campaign, he is the most popular Democrat governor on paper. So he's being touted. Wow, that's the best they have. But on the Republican side, post-Trump, do we have people not getting it? Hey, you got to continue forward here. They're not going away, as dismal as they are now. And every one of these races matters to your life. 855-839-1210. You can get in right now.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Philly School District is testing out placing cameras on school bus stop arms to catch drivers illegally passing buses. The Pennsylvania Prison Society is calling for reforms and greater transparency in state and county prisons. And a friendly reminder that today is tax day if you haven't filed yours yet.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, time to your Giordano show. So a self-identified queer scientist, in quotes, whatever that is the one identified or charged with arson at the Tesla dealership, the big one, this one in Albuquerque, and the GOP headquarters, setting Teslas on fire, charged with vandalizing a facility and the GOP headquarters in Albuquerque. All right, so we are seeing them bring to justice, or at least get us to trial, people that are engaging in things like this. I guess the bottom line with the Josh Shapiro thing is this. The bottom line is not a big enough deal is being made about this. Every time there's one of these assassinations, it's a two-pronged thing. It's trying to send a message, and that gets harder and harder with some deranged people. This is not going to go well for you. And two, it gets down to just eliminating the incompetency of protecting people. When you're in your governor's residence with a fence, 7-foot-high fence around you, you would think you're pretty safe at night. If you can't do that, then you need different people to be there. I don't think we ought to. It's not just about Josh Shapiro. It's not just about happening here in Pennsylvania. It's got to be a look-see of what the heck are we doing? There are some people that I don't believe this, that believe, well, look, if someone wants to kill you bad enough, they're going to be able to do it. I get that if they're willing to sacrifice their own life and potentially do something when you're out in public, and it would be difficult to prevent. But if you have that mindset that somebody behind 7-foot fences with 24 elites that are assigned to protect you, state police, and in a residence, palatial residence, that, well, anything could happen, then you're in the wrong business. What are you doing in this business? There ought to be embarrassment up and down the line. There ought to be people demoted, quitting, whatever. Why is that so difficult to do? What's the difficulty? Now, with the Secret Service, it was the same thing. They didn't quit. They had to be driven out by Trump and the country. They said, that's it. You've despoiled what used to be an elite force. The 24, I'm reading it right from publications today, assigned to guard Josh Shapiro and family are an elite force with elite training. Should a guy like this be able to do what he did? Well, sometimes saying, no. There's no sometimes when you're protecting a person's life. By the way, it's going to cost millions of dollars to rebuild, and good bit of time, taxpayer money, the residents of that part. It's a big part of the residents, and it looks like millions and millions of dollars. So how in the world do you just move on? The Inquirer's right to say what I've been saying, and I think what you're saying. No, this is not good enough. And it just sends a message across the board that we don't have people necessarily so good. We saw it with the Secret Service. We see it here now. The first thing to do is to admit it. They're not driven to protect people. If you're driven to protect Josh Shapiro, this guy then does not get to that residence. There is no way he gets to that residence. I come back to the dogs. I come back to, that's the fort. You're going to defend the fort against all accounts. You're not going to willy-nilly be chasing him over the grounds or wherever you think he might be. You're going to be there. And if necessarily, you're going to use force, even deadly force if you have to. Now, I realize that's where some of this comes in. They're not believing that DAs and the infrastructure would protect them if they actually do their job and stop people from trying to kill the governor. That's why this is a big story, underplay. And we just move on to the next assassin. 855-839-1210. I've got no one to say to me, oh, you're hypercritical of the state police here. No, not even a little bit. Elite force, 24 of them trained specially for this, etc. And this governor is harder to protect because a large part of his party hates the fact that he's Jewish, prominent, running for president. They're pro-Hamas, they're anti-Israel, and he represents that. This guy just seems to be a lunatic that's off his meds. But doing it on the first night of Passover is kind of strange. Why in the world was he not stopped? You can't just not link these things. That's the bottom line. Same thing with the Tesla stuff. It has to be every day we're coming after you. You're not going to stop all this stuff. That's probably true. But we're not even close to sending a message to reach people to say, this is not going to be worth it. The odds are against you. Let's go to James in Bayonne on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, James, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Listen, my answer is on taxes, but first I want to mention I used to volunteer at the Paoli Psych Ward. It's not there anymore. But anyway, a woman had no place to live, and I'm just living with my dog in a 4-bedroom house. So I let her come in, and you know the thin mustaches that men have above their lip, the real thin one?
Sure.
All right? She takes a bath, right? She walks into my room, stark naked, and where her private parts are, she had a little stripe.
All right. Thank you very much.
The heck was that?
I was more afraid about his comment on taxes. I think I shouldn't have, because we don't want to be putting out any misinformation. You know, these people that try to tell you there's some federal law, you can do this, that, or on taxes. Not worth it. Don't do it. All right? The thing is to continue to vote for people that are going to cut taxes every chance they get, and against people who can't wait to tax you and tell you they have to do it. There are some Republicans I don't trust on this. Trump has been trustworthy on this, the Trump tax cuts. Now, why he went with tariffs first over pushing this tax cutting thing through, I'm going to ask Stephen Moore that at 2 o'clock. I thought the play would be to go for taxes, light the fire under these Republicans, get them to move on this, and more importantly, get the Republicans in the Senate to realize we want the Trump tax cuts and more. Stop it already. We don't want to hear about, well, we can't do that. It's irresponsible. Cut something else then. That's what you have to do. All right. Here is a little bit of, let's see. Here's Scott Bessent, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. The markets so far today have not been that volatile, but here's the Treasury Secretary, and I hope he surfaces again soon to be the guy versus the other two guys. Here's what he said in an interview about where we're going next with the exemptions and the tariffs.
Just finally, I want to get your thoughts on something you told me, John, and Lisa in February, which was that in your old world, you would be that person with your ear against the door trying to understand what policymakers were doing so then you could predict where financial markets would go. In this moment where we hear from top executives constantly, today it was the Goldman Sachs CEO, last week it was Jamie Dimon, and this uncertainty, especially around tariff policy, what advice would you be giving to your old self?
To look at the whole policy, because, you know, again, not you, but others in the media can pick one factor. So right now it's tariff, but we have, you know, you mentioned we have tax coming up. We have deregulation. So, you know, it's a mini the leg stool, and I would try to think about, you know, what's happening. The tariff sequencing was always going to be first. The tax bill's going very well, and I think I've been pleasantly surprised at how quickly that's moving along. And then deregulation, you know, from our area on the financial side and in the rest of the economy, that takes a little longer, but that will start kicking in September, October, in the fall, and, you know, those are going to be very powerful.
All right, here's an example of the good news front. NVIDIA, one of the largest technology companies in the world, and seems to me a driver of the stock market, they announced yesterday the chips giant will build new supercomputers entirely in the United States, and it's a $500 billion deal. So we're seeing a lot of good things on that front, but again, the tariff policy is uneven. We don't know exactly day to day the message, the exemptions, et cetera. I'm going to ask Stephen Moore, who has the president's here, about that at 2 o'clock. Why? What does he think is going to happen here that will calm down all of that? All right, hit us on the side question. A lot of good ones on Twitter. I see a winner on Twitter. Something you have to do, like laundry, taxes, on this day, and you don't want to do it, you put it off, etc. Hard to do even if you accomplish it. Hit us with one of those. Get your name into the hat. 855-839-1210. Let's talk first, though, about Sicily. I was having a conversation at Dr. Bentz's yesterday, of all places, about Sicily and the allure of Sicily. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all have left their cultural mark. But for us, for Ro, for me, for you, for listeners that you'll be with, this is the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Calabria this fall. Of course, when we head to someplace like that, you get the very best with local knowledge, all the things that you would want. Great tour guides, and there's only one, Conservative Tours. Every trip I've done, it's been Conservative Tours, all of them. $55.44, including airfare. The dining events they put on, it's not just the food, the wine. It's the people who run the restaurants, the local color. You really feel it. They know the places, in other words. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather Tour, all 3 films, visit with people, the locales, all of that. And the crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina. So I'll see you at Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. We'll be with you in Savoca. We'll be with you in Sicily, but call 888-733-9494.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark
Wow.
and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
There you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel. Let's go mow.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. This will be cut 7, Henry. So Britt Hume saying something that is obvious to me. You hear the station has this huge event coming up. It's very different. We've never done the first 100 days. It'll be just a hair past the first 100 days of Trump. And it seems like this has been obviously 2 or 3 years that we're engaged in. That'll be at the Colonial Theater, 7:30 on, do I have the date here? May 6th. And just spectacular, 4 of us together going through with you, take a lot of questions from the audience. What's happened in the first 100 days? The number one thing I would say has been the biggest success, it's an obvious one, is immigration, illegal immigration. You know, we haven't seen millions of people deported, but just count the direct thing. Let's start with the border, the most doable. That is locked down and sealed by any account imaginable. So, Dan, I'll come to you. Is there something in second place? Do you see anything other? What's in second place after immigration?
Well, I think an argument could be made for the efficiency that's being...
Doge.
Yeah, the Doge
yeah.
through Musk. I wouldn't agree with that myself, but I think the argument could be made for the efficiency. I think it's being done way too hastily, to be quite honest with you.
I would agree. That has flaws in it. And look, the debate over this, the secondary thing with immigration is you have people with green cards that are here, that are our guests, that are caught up in this because they're doing things that are violative of various laws, common sense. The Columbia guy is one. There have been maybe a dozen of the Philadelphia area colleges that have self-deported around this. That's on the cusp of immigration. The internal immigration with ICE, I think they've done a heck of a job. Yes, they may have overdone it. Overnight, we're going to get rid of, hundreds of thousands of people. We know how difficult that is. So which one is it with the other side? You want them to get rid of 100,000 people, or you're being critical of them doing that?
I'd love some examination into him being, I guess this would be my number 3, the quote, people's president. Because after looking at the Biden administration and how it seemed like you were just yelling into a void of nobody listening, Trump has really taken the opposite stance, and he's taken individuals who need, issues fixed when it comes to transgender issue, or when it comes to Gretchen Whitmer coming in, saving the carp of, the Great Lakes. That's not something you saw under the Biden administration. I think it's cool to have a president who cares about such localized issues.
You get him, if you get him on that, he will move heaven and earth once you convince him. The right to try law for people that are said to be terminally ill. Jim Worthington, people like that, others, we've talked to them about it. They were with Trump, and Trump heard that, was unaware fully of it, but moved on it. He wants to move on it. The carp, for example, it's the type of thing he does. He wants to know something specific and then the solution. Okay, yeah, that's part of it. I still think the immigration thing, though, is the biggest thing that people are happy about. The economy at this point, not so much. Now, the story today, the media is touting, and look, they're looking for this. But some polling indicating that people now are saying this is Trump's economy, not Biden. Even though inflation the last month was, if not historic, it takes us back to pre-COVID where it sits, which is really good. but the turmoil, the back and forth over the tariffs, etc. Now, what they're looking to do is an exemption for a period of time around cars. The only problem I have with this is that whoever screams the loudest, whoever has the biggest constituency, we can't seem to get it where we're saying, all right, these tariffs are going to stick. This is in concrete. The president needs some ability to maneuver. But cars are next, because this has to be hurting. This has to make it difficult. You may have, and we said we were going to chart this on what people do as far as car buying choices. I haven't seen a big surge of people buying cars to get ahead of this. With the phone thing, he had to do that. If he didn't do that, that would make things difficult. At the same time this is happening, a poll out today indicates that more and more Republicans are now identifying. 55% in March said they were MAGA. Now 71% of Republicans say they are. All voters, it was 20%, now 36%. Why is that? Because of the bond with Trump. Because despite the tariff thing being the flaw, the other stuff of pushing back against disrupting things is what people want. The only thing it tells you is post-Trump, are they still going to be what? Are they going to vote in the elections that matter, the midterms, upcoming elections in Jersey, Pennsylvania? They need a fire lit on it. They want to vote for Trump. They want to connect with it. It's more entertaining, more interesting than the other Republicans. But the bottom line is, this is exactly how you lose. This is exactly how things don't turn out well. All right, so 855-839-1210, that's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210. Coming up, Bill O'Reilly. All right, we'll see what he says about what's happening with Trump, but also Stephen A. Smith. He does a road show with him, or at least they did one. Is he somebody Democrats could nominate? I don't think he's going to run, but if he did, it's possible. 855-839-1210. Let's talk first, though, about spring being here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort, flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagen. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and promotes smoother, more comfortable joint movement. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF. Double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain, more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus, RELIEF.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation, and Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
It was a nightmare. We felt stuck.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233. 800-314-2233.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests, none bigger than Bill O'Reilly, particularly given all the circles that he's involved in. Let's go to the aforementioned Bill O'Reilly. Bill, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Dom. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Very, very well. The question is, how was that first show with Cuomo and Stephen A. Smith? We saw the footage of you and Smith. That was riveting.
Yeah, it went well. We shot a pilot for television. That's why I did the show. And we got about an hour 40 of very good stuff. We'll edit it down to about 20 minutes and send it out to the Hollywood pinheads and see if anybody's interested.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Cuomo, what's the Cuomo part in that mix? What does he bring?
Well, we want to get, when I came up with the concept of three Americans, you wanted to get a point of view on life in America from liberal, from traditional, and from Stephen A., who is African-American independent. And I thought that was a pretty good mix. And we all know each other, so that was an important component. I didn't have to, ease them in because on News Nation we often appear together. They know what the drill is, and so that's why we had Chris on the stage.
Now, with Stephen A. Smith, you've seen some of the polling indicate, I don't think he'll run, but the tease of this, Democrats could do a lot worse. Jon Stewart, who I have nothing but disrepute for, is polling ahead of him in the poll yesterday. What would the strength be of Stephen A. Smith actually running for president?
Well, Donald Trump has opened the door for any American to run for the highest office of the land without being a member of a political party. I mean, Trump is not really a Republican. They just adopted him. The party adopted him. But he ran as a populist, which is what Stephen A. would do, probably under the banner of the Democratic Party. But I agree with you that it probably will not happen for two reasons. Number one is a change in the way that messages are being delivered to the American people. It used to be the networks, talk radio, all of that. That is really collapsing now in a record number. So you can't use that anymore to get known. And you have to be known, and that's what Donald Trump had. Everybody knew him. And then he had a personality that was suited to getting attention. Stephen A., I would say his Q, which is how many people know him in the country, about 50%. Mine's 80. Even after I left Fox News 8 years ago, I'm still in the 80s. And that's the iconic, I was there for 20 years, so people know my name, they know who I am. So with 50% for Stephen A., that's very tough. for him to kind of come on board and convince people to give him that kind of power. So that's number one. And number two is the ground game, where you really have to understand what you have to do in all 50 states to organize a presidential campaign. It's very difficult. And you got to have big money backers behind you to pay for all of those people and all the office space and all the advertising. And I don't know if Stephen A. can raise that kind of money.
Is he, in your view, and I use this word just in the broadest sense, we're not into minutia about facilities in Ukraine or whatever. In other words, I don't think Trump knows that stuff. He knows what he sees as the core of an issue, how to get leverage and all. Is he knowledgeable enough?
He needs to do some studying, Stephen A., but he's open to that. I know that because I talk to him on a regular basis, and I said to him, look, and there's something you want to know, run it by me, I'll tell you how to get that information. So he knows that he's got to fill in some frame of reference blanks. He's not arrogant about that, doesn't think he knows it all. What his deal is that he's disenchanted with both political parties. He believes most politicians are phonies. They don't care about the people. He came up the hard way and succeeded at a very, very high level. And he believes that he can pass that on to the American workers. And in all of those things, he's correct. But once you get to a certain level, Stephen A. could probably run for Senate and win someplace. But president's another whole different ballgame.
Behind the scenes, several experiences, Bill. He was here in Philadelphia, but once I had to debate him for a friend on NBA basketball, right, which I'm knowledgeable, but that's his major thing. Behind the scenes, he wasn't the type of character you see. He was a good guy. He was able to, go back and forth with me about how we could play off each other without just a slugfest. I was impressed with him.
I like him. You know me, Dom. I'm not putting anybody up on stage with me unless I like them.
Right.
That's never going to happen. We have a town hall coming up Tuesday on News Nation about Trump's first 100 days, which I will co-anchor for News Nation. And, they're handing me the roster, and I'm telling the producers over there, you book this person and they start to misbehave, I'm going to tear their throat out. Just so you know, okay?
Wait a minute. Is Geraldo part of this?
I'm sure Geraldo, but that's not who I was talking about.
Okay, yeah.
They're booking the biggest names they can get some flash, and I understand that.
Right.
But if somebody comes on and is, all hate Trump all the time, I'm just going to make him look like a 3-year-old, and I will. And they need to know that walking in. I don't want to ambush anybody. But you're going to come up against me, you better be prepared. And, and the same thing on the right. You're going to book some guy that, Trump never makes a mistake, he's the greatest guy, everything he's the greatest. You're going to be humiliated. And I don't do that. I don't take pleasure doing it, but that's my job.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm going to co-anchor this thing. You need to, it's almost like buying a package of cigarettes. There's got to be a warning on the side, okay?
All right, so the first 100 days, and I've taken, because of your knowledge and fairness with this, with Trump, some of this to heart. When you talk about Trump sees things, then there's the emotionality. He's, to me, from afar, gotten in his life enamored with tariffs, and I think it's a false premise in the way that he sees this with all this revenue and everything coming in. People are with him, Bill, you know this. That we've been getting, it's not reciprocal in any number of ways, and it's shocking at times to see some of it, but more Besant and less the other two guys, Navarro and Lutnick out there, the markets are not going to be happy with this.
It just depends. So you say the people are with him, MAGA's with him, not across the board, because people are losing money on paper in their portfolios. And that public sentiment switches fast. And Trump can't count on that. He's got to win it. So I talked to him Sunday night briefly, and it wasn't a formal interview. It was, how you doing type of situation. And he, unprompted said, look, next few weeks we're going to have some big, big successes for America. Now, most politicians say that. But I know the guy 35 years. He's never misled me. He would not have said that if he wasn't very, very confident that that will happen. And the other thing is he understands if it does not happen and the economy would go into a recession or people would lose a lot of money in their investment portfolio, he's through. He's never coming back from it. So this is a high-wire act for him. And that's how I'm covering it. I don't care what Navarro says. I don't care what Bessemer says. I don't care about them. It's one guy. And Trump's legacy is on the line here.
Why?
And I'm
why on this, Bill?
Him.
Why on this, though? I'm just trying to get, tell me what you think.
Because this is where people live.
Okay.
They live. This is their money. This is it. In America, money is it. And everything else is fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. And if you're messing with their money and they're hurting, you're going to lose. And that's it. And so George Bush Elder had very good will. And when the economy went south, they booted him out for some guy they didn't even know, Bill Clinton. So that's just the way it is in this country.
Bill, what's going on at BillO'Reilly.com? You talked about News Nation, the first 100 days. You have that coming up. But what are you working on? What can we find there?
Well, I'm rewriting the Trump and Biden chapters for Confronting the President's paperback edition. So I'm doing that. Putting the finishing touches on Confronting Evil out September 9th. And I'm set to go to China in May to do an event, but I don't know whether that's going to happen now.
Wait, this is that diplomatic incident. Listeners are already saying all over it, Bill O'Reilly in China.
It'll be big if I get over there. So I'm not going to go into details right now, but the State Department's aware of it. And I've been invited, and, that could either cause World War III or maybe détente, depending on how it goes.
I can't imagine détente. You wouldn't be the guy I'd send in for a détente. You're skillful and all, but come on, you usually break things open.
I'm not going to. Yeah. I'm not going to change my persona, Dom.
No,
but
that's right.
It's more informational. They want information over there about. Because I wrote The United States of Trump, which is absolutely the best book on Trump you could ever get. And I'm sorry to brag, but it's true. And they've read the book. And so it's a logical progression where they'd want to talk to the guy who wrote the book. And that's what this is really all about.
Wow, that is fascinating stuff. I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that. That's really good. So
we'll see.
Well, we hope to get you on. I'm marking it down now, BillO'Reilly.com. Bill, any sense of the big things the president might be talking about? I know he didn't divulge to you, but what is big in his mind? What would be happening that qualifies?
Well, Donald Trump believes that by the end of this year, the stock market and the American economy will be booming. And that will certify his legacy because Republicans will then win the midterms next year. That's what he believes, okay? And I have not seen a lot of doubt there. But he continues to make small mistakes, like this guy in El Salvador who was mistakenly deported from Maryland. Bring him back. It's small ball. You don't need that. You don't need to tee off the Supreme Court. You're going to need the Supreme Court down the road. Bring him back. That kind of stuff. I don't know. I can't explain why they do it. It doesn't mean anything. You made a mistake. Bring the guy back. Adjudicate his asylum claim here, and that's that. Why do you want to anger the Supreme Court for what? But his vision is economics first, deal in Ukraine, deal in Gaza, nuke deal with Iran, and he believes it's all going to fall into place.
Let me ask you that nuke deal with Iran. Now, I like what he did in the first term. The signals, though, Bill, seem to be, I don't know if I'd use the word softening, but it seems to be different what kind of deal he would do with Iran than the first term when he pulled out of the Obama deal.
Yeah, it's a simple equation. So the Iranians would say, we're going to stop developing nuclear weapons. We're going to let UN weapons inspectors in a few times a year to make sure we're not cheating. And in return, Trump will lift some of the sanctions against Tehran. In addition, Tehran will say, we're not going to fund the Houthis and ISIS and all these other crazy people. We're not going to fund Hamas, Hezbollah. We're not going to do that anymore. And Trump has got all the cards here. The Iranians have nothing. So I expect he will get what he wants, at least on paper. It's harder to keep these people, to their word. But I expect that he's going to get some kind of deal with those people.
All right. Well, Bill, thank you, and we'll be in touch about China and other things. BillO'Reilly.com. And when do these paperbacks come out with the rewritten Biden-Trump chapters?
Yeah, Evil comes out September 9th, and I think they got President's paper coming out in early November in time for Christmas. I believe that's on the schedule. But President's is still very viable, so, if you haven't read that book, people might want to check that out because your frame of reference will be colossally improved. And Giordano reads my book, so if it's good enough for him, there we go.
That's the best endorsement. Anytime I'm happy to be on the cover, what I say here in Philadelphia goes, without a doubt.
Well, I don't want killing Giordano, though. I don't want you on the cover for that.
All right. Bill, thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right, Bill O'Reilly. Dan, I know you were debriefing yourself there, but that was as good as you can get of a fair and balanced on President Trump, the emotionality versus the upside. Takeaways from that, I would match it anybody you're going to get in a reasonable way of what makes Trump tick. Because they're kind of colleagues. I mean, so when Trump calls him, Jeff Andrews seems to get calls, not as much as O'Reilly, though. This is our window into it. All right, give me your reaction, 855-839-1210. Side question, hit us with something that you really don't want to do, but it's got to get done. National Laundry Day and, of course, Taxation Day. 855-839-1210.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain, it's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 215-261-5967. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number: 215-261-5967. 215-261-5967.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Philly School District is testing out placing cameras on school bus stop arms to catch drivers illegally passing buses. The Pennsylvania Prison Society is calling for reforms and greater transparency in state and county prisons. And a friendly reminder that today is tax day if you haven't filed yours yet.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Bill O'Reilly takes the temperature of President Trump, what drives some of this stuff, and inside that, talking about a bit of a gamble, but the next few weeks, some very big things. And that means, from afar, the Iranian deal, I'm very suspect of this. I don't see a deal that you can make with them. Obama made that deal. Not that Trump would make a deal as disastrous as that, but he got out of it with them. And the deal is you're not going to do nuclear weapons, and you're going to let us check on that. Otherwise, you're always at risk that you're going to be stopped. They cannot get a nuclear weapon. So I don't know if Trump has convinced himself he can make some kind of deal with that will be huge and could be checked on, that they're ready to relent. They can't relent. That's their reason for being, to get a nuclear weapon. That's what they want to do. And the only thing that will stop them is the threat that you will stop them if we believe they're ramping up and they're fairly close to it. That's always been the deal. Because I detect a different tone here of where that's going. But, several things that he said there about China. His take on President Trump, I think, is one of the more accurate ones of the vision he has, but the emotionality at times that drives away from that, which is one-of-a-kind vision. 855-839-1210, you get a line. And Trump's gamble that come November, coming into the new year, we will see the economy hum. Well, the economy's not bad. The inflation's not bad. It's that people are worried about the dislocation. At least a lot of people are. 401k and the like. That's where the issue is. And at this point now, it's Trump's economy, not Biden. And I think most people believe that. They realize the damage that Biden did and continuing on, but that's where we are. All right, side question today. Dan, any more on Twitter? Any more on YouTube chat? Hit us with something on this day, National Laundry Day, Tax Day. That's very difficult, but you have to do it.
Leslie might have just given the winner.
Okay.
She's got to call in with this one, and she can claim it.
All right.
She says confession.
That's. I have another one that I saw on Twitter that rivals confession, but you know what? That is, well, I'm glad she called it confession, too. I never got the sacrament of reconciliation. I like confession. You're
Penance.
confessing. Penance. Yes. Penance.
Did you do confession, Tom?
Did what?
Are you willing to share what your...
I can't
Tell me your
remember,
sins,
but
child.
it was the
Your
most
biggest sin
famous.
as a child?
Yeah, the most famous confession ever was George Carlin saying, "Father, I thought about doing this with Mary, and I drove over. I thought about it more, and then he talked about it was 5 sins in one before the actual doing." So yes, confession and penance is a very relieving thing. You feel as if you can actually see the blotter clear there. That's a great one.
Another thing that you don't want to do, but you got to do it. Well, Computer Coder said it, and I think it's the one you're talking about. You want to take it off the board?
Go ahead.
Colonoscopy.
Yes, colonoscopy.
Yeah.
That would be the all-time. And it's amazing, isn't it, with medical science, they have come up with ways to make so many things easier. There are 2 things that I can think of, though, that have not progressed. The colonoscopy, you still have to do all the things that lead up to it, et cetera, and back issues. I was watching this Celtics Way last night on HBO, and Larry Bird trying to play with a back that was bad through various things, and even with everything that today it's a little bit better, but still very difficult. All right, so colonoscopy, potential winning answer. All right, so get in with yours. Those are 2 great ones. Confession, I didn't think of, though. That is very, very good. President Trump signaling new tariffs and exemptions, the automobile industry. We haven't heard from people on the car thing. I remember a few weeks back, we played the guy that has several car dealerships in one who was on CNN from Philadelphia, talking about what he would have to do if these went into play because they were massive. But people are trying to figure out and project the rhyme or reason where this ends up. And I hear what O'Reilly said about, well, Trump is the decider in the end, not Navarro and Lutnick. Every time Navarro and Lutnick are out there, though, they inspire less and less confidence. Put Besson out there. Or President Trump. Don't put any of them out there. He talks enough. He can talk about it, of what he's trying to do. So, and the El Salvador thing, yeah, well, if this guy comes back, he's going to be deported anyhow. Here is Ana Navarra today on The View saying that Trump is only using, and this is his strongest issue with the American people.
This is the Post View, Dom. They do like a little TikTok social media kind of complimentary show.
Even more.
Yeah.
Saying he's just deporting criminals. They're kind of like objects. Well, they are objects of policy. This is the policy the American people want. They want more of it. They can't get enough of it. And I have to say this. The only one in question, really, because the guy at Columbia is not in question. That's not even a question. That guy's got to be out of here. The only one in question is the guy sent to El Salvador. Not that this guy doesn't deserve to be booted. Not that when you look at the totality, there's a lot of criminality here. It's that sending him to El Salvador in this situation, is he worthy of going there? Democrats are losing somewhat on this. Are you really just going to be all out defending this guy rather than saying, yeah, this is a mistake, but the bigger issue here is protecting Americans? So here's Ana Navarra on the Post View talking about what Trump's doing.
Why does it hit me so hard? So I have known about this prison for a long time because I read and I follow Latin American news.
Mm-hmm.
And this place is as bad a prison as can possibly exist. And the idea that we are sending, that the United States of America is sending innocent people just so that Donald Trump can make this point about how he is deporting criminals and animals and monsters, as he calls them, to this prison, when it is a lie. It is a lie. And I told you before, I think that there wasn't more outrage because I don't think people knew the details.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people knew just how horrible this prison is. There are no human rights. This is not an American prison. This is not a terrible American prison. This is something that we can't even imagine here in America.
All right. Here's the bottom line why this doesn't work. By people like Ana Navarro or any of the Democrats, they have no standing in this. Now, O'Reilly's saying, yeah, Trump, bring this guy back, do something here, and then deal with them in our jails. Has standing because he's against illegal immigration. They're not against it. They didn't stand with Lake and Riley. The Morin woman, the trial was going on today, the mom that was killed. Hundreds of these examples. They don't go all out saying, my God, look at what we've done here. How do we allow these people to be in the country? They didn't go all out over in Chester County when that maniac crab-walled up the prison and got out there threatening people for weeks. They didn't. So they have no standing here. Here's a little bit more of Ana Navarro.
But to send them to this prison where nobody comes out of, nobody who gets sent by El Salvador to this prison, no Salvadorian basically comes out of there for no reason, just so that Donald Trump can use them as props in this Shakespearean play that he has made up is it's so unbelievable to me.
All right, this is not resonating overall, though. And the reason is, who is going to listen to people that did not stand for 20, 25 years, and particularly in the Biden years, to protect us, to protect Americans? You don't have any credibility in this. For example, I criticized the police today. I criticized the Philadelphia Police Union. They haven't endorsed in the race of Krasner-Dugan. Why? I'd like to know. Well, you can't bring that up. They're your friends. They're the cops. Yes, I can. I have standing to do that. I'm the one that takes them on when we go after police here in Philadelphia, particularly Krasner. No, they're not doing the right thing here. I hear Dan's argument. Well, they think Krasner's going to win, so what are you going to do coming back? Okay, then maybe we ought to just throw up our hands here. I hear Dugan's argument. Well, if I go on that station with that guy, they're going to call me out in these debates. I can tell you what he's thinking. We've been through this before. Krasner's going to say, you're just on with conservatives, you're on with Republicans. Okay, then. What are we supposed to do then? We're radioactive? It's radioactive to endorse Dugan over Krasner? Get your people all revved up? That doesn't seem like a way to drive energy to the polls. I mean, John McNesby may not have succeeded, but he did go all out. He called Krasner out for what he is. And the FOP proudly pushed back on this guy and drove voters as best they can. Philadelphia's sick. I would say Larry Krasner is the perfect face of this sickness. 51% in a poll of black people in Philadelphia. He has a 51-point lead over Dugan, apparently in a poll. If that's anywhere close, how could that be? How in the world would people suffering in these communities, how would they support Krasner? If they do, well, then shame on them. We're going to have him again. All right, hit us on the side question, too, 855-839-1210.
Get ready for an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.com.
Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time because Chapman is currently offering 15% off James Hardie Fiber Cement Siding as well as Certainteed Vinyl Siding. Siding's not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. They have more than 30 years of experience, complete every project with such care and precision, and they always go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that are best going to fit your home. Don't delay. Take advantage of this. 15% off today. Experience experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call, text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they don't believe in using harsh chemicals. Instead, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. With organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, your lawn thrives season after season without compromising safety. Homeowners everywhere are making the switch to Natural Lawn's proven eco-friendly approach and loving the results. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn and family deserve the best, so call the best. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. That's how you get to us. Peachy Keenan has been on the show before. I forget on Twitter, she's Peachy Keenan. And I forget the pen name or whatever else she used. On Twitter, she says, think about it. And we were talking about that with O'Reilly and then coming off at how Democrats like Ana Navarro have no standing. Who are the four top heroes in America right now? Not for your average Democrat listening, maybe even average liberal. I mean, Bill Maher's not going to say that. We're talking about progressives in general, the base of the party. Some of these are, if not, they don't like the word hero, then why such energy? Why are they cause, at least, if not hero? For some of them, I think it's heroes. Let's see, a murderer named Luigi. Yeah, he is a hero to, and some of them won't admit it, but others are bold enough to admit it. The guy, Carmelo, who used the butcher knife to murder the other kid at the football game over whose place they were in. Apparently, they've raised over $1 million or more in his defense. The MS-13 illegal gang member, who at best had no right to be here, and at worst is a severe criminal, who even if he came back to the United States, Scott Jennings making his point last night, he would be put in jail or he'd be deported to country X, even if he gets out of the El Salvador jail. They're rallying behind that as a cause that America cannot abide. And the Palestinian, the worst in some ways, the Palestinian Hamas supporter, who is certainly a hero. He's standing here. He belongs in America. First Amendment rights. We need that kind of dissent. He's a guest of this country, at best. That's all that he is. And if his wife wants to go with him, so much the better. So if not heroes, these are the four pillars, or four of them, that they're standing on. And when you take a look on the other side, who are the people often mentioned, people like Lake and Riley and others, are the people that are front and center. You put that contrast out there, How do you win? Well, they're not winning on this. Their heroes would be somebody that says that women should have to compete against men. On the other side, it would be Riley Gaines, who has become nationally, the four horsemen of the
Demopocalypse.
Demopocalypse.
It's a mouthful.
Demopocalypse. The four horsemen of the Demopocalypse.
Yeah, what are the four horsemen of the apocalypse? Hunger, pestilence.
No, it's these four. It's these.
Yeah, I know. These are the four. That's pretty good. These are the four horsemen that they're with. Peachy Keen and Dan are on the same page. That's exactly right.
Conquest, war, famine, and death.
Conquest, war. I thought pestilence.
I could have sworn pestilence.
Yeah, pestilence. Come
I'm sorry.
on, Dan,
traditionally, that's how they're identified. However, over time, interpretations have evolved with war, famine, pestilence, and death.
Oh, they've gone woke.
There you go. Pestilence should be on there. All right. So why are they riveted to these? Why do they think these will play with the American people? So the guy in El Salvador. All right, you can make the point. Does it have to be this prison in El Salvador? We get that. But even if you win on that, all this energy, all this force of trying to make the average American say, yes, this is what really concerns us. This is where we are. Versus on the other side, Trump with all the foibles, hitting 80-20, 90-10 issues day after day after day. Dan mentioned one earlier today. He has Big Gretch Whitmer into the office. And she mentioned something about carp in Michigan. Bang, do it. He hears stuff that people want. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And at least there's an attempt that looks like some of these things are going to happen. Why are they dwelling on these others? I mean, who's advising to be with the Luigi guy? I'll tell you who is. They just believe that the healthcare executives of America are so hated and that younger women primarily are going to find this guy, oh, my God, Tara Lorenz we played. You got to be with this guy, even if you can't put full fingerprints on it since he murdered someone. This is someone you're going to stand with. The most revolting in some ways, and Henry, you may have followed this more than us, sports thing, this butcher knife guy. I don't know if the other guy was in the right at the football thing, whatever it was, where they're sitting, whose place that is. But are you carrying around a butcher knife that you stab someone to death with? The Carmelo guy.
Carmelo Anthony?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's Carmelo Anthony.
You don't take a butcher knife with you to games?
No, of course not.
Not the track meets, I don't.
No, it was a track meet. It wasn't football. That's right, yeah. And
that's why I only take him to
He just
football
stabs the other guy to death. Even if, I'll concede, when it comes out in court, you know, we're pushing and shoving. Did stuff go on here about who puts their stuff where they put it at a track meet? They've raised over $1 million. There's arguments, Stephen. He got out on $250,000 in bail. And again, they play their hand. They're on that side because it's racial. And that somehow or another, there's a racial grievance. You can't stand with the guy that pulls and stabs with the butcher knife. You just can't do it. Even if something were said on the other side that's obnoxious, which I don't know, we don't have all the details of the dispute of exactly what. Let's just concede. Hey, maybe these other guys weren't in the right about where you put your clothes or whatever they were fighting over. Stabbing a guy with a butcher knife, cold blood there at a track meet, shouldn't have you on the list to say something's wrong with America when this kid is going to jail, had to raise $250,000 in bail, and he's raised over $1 million. Why are they going down that path? It's a tell. This is what substantial numbers of people like Ana Navarro and others believe in. And even worse, they believe that America is going to rise up against Trump and MAGA people on this. Now, you know MAGA people are going to pretty much support Trump. You know that progressives are going to support the Democrat. What about the people in between that? Well, they're going to go on these 80-20 issues the way that the election went. They're not going to side on, I don't see any way that they're going to get crazy over the guy going to El Salvador. And the Khalil guy, they're going to say, I'll drive him to the airport. I'll fly him if I have a plane. This guy should not be, our freedom of speech is not under threat if this guy with a green card from Colombia ends up outside the country, being exported, deported, wherever he goes. He doesn't serve any purpose here other than to run down the country, threaten Jews. Dershowitz stands saying if the racial factors were reversed, if a white man had killed the black kid in this situation, then there would be a reverse on this. That's exactly right.
What the jury is. This will all be determined by the jury. If the racial factors were reversed, if a white man had killed an unarmed black man, everybody would be on the reverse side of this. We live in a society where everything is judged by race. You know, the Bible says to judges and prosecutors, don't recognize people, just do abstract justice. We're way, way, way beyond that. If the racial elements were reversed there, virtually all the people who are calling for him to be acquitted would be calling for him to be convicted, and vice versa. Let's not kid ourselves. We live in a race-conscious society, and jury selection, which, of course, your other guest is so brilliant at and did so well in the Zimmerman case, is determine the outcome of this case, without a doubt.
There you go. Getting somebody on the jury, a couple of people on the jury that are going to be sympathetic to this idea because of race. This is what they're hinging on. There are other things out there, but Peachy Keenan, very nice on Twitter. Those are four that are a snapshot of today. So if people are a bit wary of Trump because of the guy deported to El Salvador or the tariff situation, okay. But you're not going to overcome any of that or get any traction when these are the four people that are getting pretty widespread support. Particularly, I zone in, the one I know the most about is the guy at Columbia. It wasn't just his speech. He organized, took over buildings, was after Jewish students. Who in the world could support that? That's freedom of speech. No, it's not. It's his actions. He doesn't belong in this country. He clearly is pro-Hamas. He's arguing in their favor. If you do that, you don't belong in America. Now, if you're an American citizen, it's going to be much more difficult. You have different rights. But if you are making an argument for these animals in any way, shape, or form, particularly, I would argue, post October 7th, I don't care who you are, whatever else I may like about you, that's it. I can have nothing to do with you. It is that cut and dry. How much more do you need to see? What kind of delusion are you under? So you want to die on that hill with him. The kid that brings the butcher knife, the guy going to El Salvador, and then Luigi. They seem to be more blatant about Luigi because they know antagonism. Look, the head of that health company, I understand grievance. I understand the health company, Big Pharma and all that. We understand that. But does that mean we're going to say, Big Pharma, bang, you see one of them on the street, you can do whatever you want. The head of healthcare companies, you can do whatever you want. Well, I'm not going to do it, but I support this guy. Thank God he did it. Seems to be their attitude. And then you throw in giggly women like Taylor Lorenz, who's beyond insufferable. And this is what they're identified with. And they're afraid to get away from this base. It's not so much just they believe it. I get that. It's that they think this is a winning hand somehow or another. This is going to be helpful. That's the point. All right, a couple of things. Coming up at 2 o'clock, we're going to talk with Steve Moore. What's the next exemption? And Daniel Turner, the energy guy, has got a great story out there about coal. And what coal is about, it's not just about energy. It's about a way of life. Now, do I think coal mine towns and all that type of stuff, that this is a career that it's difficult to, but there are still people that are into that. There's still towns, locales in America that believe in this. All right, it's a heck of a story that he's involved in. We'll talk with him at 2:30. Want to get you on board, though. Hit us with the things, or a thing, mine was edging, that you really don't want to do, like laundry, taxes, but you have to. That's what we're looking for. Two good ones on Twitter, though. Confession and colonoscopies.
Along with colonoscopy, Dom?
Yes.
There's a female one that's just about as equivalent.
The gynecologist.
Well, not that. There's also another one as well. Don't take it off, though, because I think it could be a potential winner if somebody calls it in.
Okay, all right.
And Michael had a great one. Michael Burns says, taking down the Christmas decorations in January, it's so depressing and the house looks bare.
Yes. So here, Michael, just do what Ro does. She lets them up for as long as she wants.
Do you still have them up?
No, not at this point. She goes through several decorations. She takes it to at least the Feast of the Epiphany or beyond. She makes that into, I would say we've gone to at least, well, the tree might take down 3 weeks in January at least.
We still have a tree up.
Ah, that's right. The artificial tree is still up.
Yeah. So we had two trees. We had one on our main level that was decorated, and then we had one in the basement that was just lights. And the one in the basement that is just lights, if we take it out, there's going to be nothing. It's just going to be a bare corner. It's a beautiful little, I love the feel, the vibe of having it's just the Christmas tree lights on and nothing else. And,
that's
doesn't
an
matter
advantage,
that it's April.
I would say, on the scoreboard of artificial, which I am never going to defend. That's a pretty good advantage. I would agree.
It is,
Yeah.
Get a house plant.
All right.
Get anything else.
I don't want to water it. Henry's weakening in the
nice
arguments
big
today.
Vase or something. I don't know.
Ro's big on the house plants, right?
Oh, yes. It's just outside.
A statue.
Well, you've seen it outside. There's a whole wall of giant ones. When we water that in the summer, it takes 20 minutes with 2 people with buckets of water. I mean, it's enormous.
How about a statue of Dom talking with his hands in
that
marble?
Should be right there in the front so people know where we're
Get
going.
it in bronze.
In bronze. Gold. Let's make it gold.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay, 855, fake gold. Is the Trump stuff really gold? The toilet? No, I don't think so. 855-839-1210.
Alberticus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn in Chadds Ford, PA on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Nick Kale here. You all know that I drive a Honda from my friends at Piazza Honda. Right now, you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and HRV, both starting at $249 per month. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HRV provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Civic and HRV for only $249 per month for 36 months. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today. PiazzaHonda.com.
Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tax, 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano show. I see this in the Philadelphia Inquirer. I've never been in a school district per se that had rubber rooms, but I'll explain what they are because Philadelphia City Council is reforming those. If you're a teacher accused of some infraction, while it's being decided, you can be assigned to a rubber room. But in Philadelphia, there was a lot of abuse. Some teachers assigned there for years, and the stuff they were doing, full pay, in rubber rooms. All right, Joe in Columbus, New Jersey's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Hey, Dom, not that Trump made a mistake. He did not by no means, but he laid out his whole plan of how he was going to be attacked by his campaign promises. And I think the best thing he could do is to negate, like I was telling Dan, the crumbs that Nancy Pelosi called it, and the same match by Biden with the $650, little endowment that he gave everybody. If he were to pull off these big-time tax cuts, the other side has nothing. They have nothing. They have nothing to do about that.
Okay, Joe, to that point then, why not do them first? I didn't ask O'Reilly that because we had so much long. I thought he was going to do that first. That was the plan. The tariff thing is too much enamored with William McKinley and all that stuff. I don't see it. That should have come first. Get on the tax thing. Put the fire under these Republicans. They're too slow on it.
Well, here's my strategy as an alternative, which I agree. I would like to have seen it done up front, but now that it hasn't been done, if Biden can buy votes, Trump can do. Make it closer to the midterm elections. So you know how fast, easily things are forgotten.
You mean the result of it coming down where people are getting that tax cut? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
And they could celebrate. They could celebrate and not forget.
Okay, the only danger is the pace of this ratcheting up with the House particularly is glacial. The longer you let it linger within, they're going to be in recess now for a while.
Yes. Yeah, the summer recess.
Yeah, it's the spring, and then it's summer. They close up shop, and now we're starting to get into the next year. That's the only issue.
This instant gratification that you see coming from the left constantly, I think things have to be more readily timed these days. If you're going to, max things out for what they're worth. So, like I said before, if Biden could buy votes, so can the other side.
Well, I don't see it buying votes. I just see it as getting our own money back. That's all.
Well, it's still a celebration and excitement.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean that, Joe. I think it's legit. There's nothing here. You're getting your own money back. I get you. If you can put it in a point of reference that people remember it, yeah.
Yeah, and if Trump could do it, why couldn't Biden have done it? You could pull it all together.
Right. Sure.
Strategically. So my side answer is I think it's all encompassing, so I don't mean to encroach on anybody else and their specifics, but it's that godforsaken honeydew list that, I could do 2 things out of 3, and it's that third thing that doesn't get done that makes other things grow from it down the refrigerator column.
It's endless. It's the eternity.
Yeah.
Yes. You can never keep up with it.
And, I could chop down a tree, I could open the pool, and I could forget to edge the lawn, and the lawn.
The edging of the lawn. Yes, you're speaking my language with that one, Joe. That edging of the lawn.
That's a weekend event, depending on how much you let grow over your sidewalk. You need a wheelbarrow to pull some of that stuff away, and you cannot do it unless you keep maintenance on it. You can't do it with a weed whacker. You got to buy the edger to do that.
Yeah, Dan's always with the weed whacker. He
works.
likes it. No, the weed whacker does not work on this. I don't
No,
think.
it doesn't put that defined edge in. It does not do that.
Thank you, Joe. Mine looks like my handwriting, though. I just plow it up like I'm planting seeds there.
You guys take your edging so seriously.
It's because Maisie, thank God, doesn't. Bro is fanatical. I mean, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look sculptured. It's a lawn. Come on. All right, the rubber room. So if you're a teacher in Philadelphia, maybe some other places, but big time, these big city schools, employees assigned to the rubber rooms, sometimes for years, it's a windowless conference room, have described their stints as surreal. There was little or no supervision or work to do, people coming and going as they please, sometimes leaving for lunches or to exercise, even throwing parties in the rubber room.
Oh.
People dragged in lounge chairs, slept, read, even formed romantic relationships that were consummated, it seems to be, in the rubber room.
I'm sorry, wait, who's in this rubber room?
The rubber room are the teachers that are in potential trouble, some infraction that is being looked through the system.
Gotcha.
And apparently in Philadelphia, there were people that were in there for 2 or 3 years getting paid just to show up and do nothing.
Why, though? Can't they just be fired?
Well, you got to go through the whole process.
Oh, with
they
the
drag
union
it out.
and then...
Oh, yeah, the union and the
Gotcha.
pace. And you know, Philadelphia, how incompetent it is.
So they're sitting there having parties?
One rubber room had bed bugs at one point.
What are they doing in the rubber room?
Yeah, the rubber room works this way. Teachers, administrators, and staff accused of improprieties are forced to leave their current positions and report to these offices while investigations are completed. The district now is going to bring more efficiency to this, Philadelphia. They promise to review these cases weekly, establishing an intake process for those who sent to the reassignment room, taking attendance daily, monitoring cases, and a timeline for the Title IX cases, improving transition planning for employees returning to schools, inspecting the rooms multiple times daily for cleanliness. Oh, my God. Bed bugs. It's a book, Bed Bugs in the Rubber Room.
So I got a question. Can I get hired as a teacher and be assigned directly to the rubber room? Because it seems like a pretty cush job.
It is. But people have told me on paper it is. But when you're forced to just sit there all day long in purgatory.
I'd be happy. I'd love it.
You
just show up and you just stare at a wall for hours?
No, you can't do it. If they tell you can't do
anything
anything
else.
else.
Take a no work home, just some more wall staring when you get home?
You can't sleep. You can't do whatever. They have a monitor in
You
there.
can go work out.
Go
grab lunch.
Now you can't. But they were doing that.
Not that I ever would work out.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. I can work out, Dan. Yeah. Put me in the rubber room.
No, it's like when I worked at a restaurant. All the smokers would take smoking breaks, but all the non-smokers didn't get a break. So you just go out there with like a pencil and hold it up to your mouth.
The smokers are the more annoying group. Well, you got to let them. They have to take a smoking break.
Yeah.
And what about the non-smokers? What do they get?
And doesn't this rubber room somewhat incentivize teachers who've had it with their students to, just cross the line and end up not having to teach students anymore?
Absolutely. Some in New York, I've read New York Post, were there 3, 4, 5 years. Imagine every day showing up full pay, and you're just going to go there and
sit. It's like Chris Beluski in The Wire.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he did some wild stuff,
Yeah.
All right, 855.
I forgot what Chris
855.
What didn't he do? He did a few things.
Good guy, though. It was good here. Yeah.
Shot another cop.
He was a very good character. He pivoted
father-in-law.
I thought the schools was the roughest environment of all. Dealing with those kids. I mean, I've been in bad schools. But some of those guys were even worse. I mean, that was pretty tough stuff. I had a chair thrown at me, but
really,
oh yeah.
Huh.
So yeah.
What kind of chair are we talking here?
Not these, not a big one thing like we have, a smaller chair.
Chairs were flying.
Yeah, I missed. Hey, is that all you got? You got to deal.
Challenge him to throw another.
Yeah, throw another chair, kid. You're going to the rubber room for that. Borowski's already in there today.
What are they going to do? Send me to the rubber room? Please.
All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hey, your smile is more than just a first impression. It's a reflection of your overall health. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you get from my friend dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. It's one thing to have the latest technology, but it takes the knowledge and expertise of Dr. Bentz and his team to give you a great, accurate diagnosis from the start. That takes not only the equipment, state of the art, but an eye for this, to be looking for this. Dr. Bentz discovered something in a patient recently that others had missed that was a big deal. So I've told you my experiences, the great care that I get, even from just the cleaning all the way up to some major procedures. Listeners, you can count on the knowledge and the great friendly care of Dr. Bentz and his team. You want that smile that you've always wanted? We're talking about you've been putting off the dentist, you've been putting off at something. Now that you mention it, maybe it's time. Get on the road to great dental health. Call Dr. Bentz, initial evaluation. You'll see what I'm talking about. I've met the last few times I've been Dr. Bentz in just recent weeks, 2 patients right there. Guy next door to me getting treatment yesterday. Woman I met sitting in the waiting room last week. Get the Bentz Dental Group behind you. 610-272-6949. Visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z Dental Group, 610-272-6949.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
My wife listens to B101. We've been commuting together to work over the last month or so. Wanted to let you know that both of us find the show to be very funny. Keep up the great work. Sincerely, Mark and Kay.
Thank you, Mark and Kay. We appreciate that. I'm not selfish. Like, if you want to give some love to some other stations, that's fine. We know you're going to come back here because our content is too compelling.
There you go.
Right?
Yes, indeed.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Stephen Moore, not only world-class economist, a great talk radio guest, but also someone who the president, even though Moore is not the tariff guy, listens to. He's coming up at 2 o'clock. We'll talk to him about the exemptions and everything else. As far as the tax cuts, here's the figuring. If the Trump tax cuts are not continued, a married couple with 2 kids earning $165,000 a year is slapped with $2,400 in taxes. A single parent earning $52,000 is socked with a $1,400 tax bill. Just one example of where this goes if that doesn't happen. All right? Just think the priority was that rather than the tariffing, but we are where we are, and we're going to see how this plays out. Bill O'Reilly, who was on about an hour ago, saying Trump told him expect things on big fronts over the next couple of weeks that will make this worth it. And certainly by the end of the year, the economy is still fine here. I mean, this is a long-term reform. The economy, inflation, they're fine. This is the only thing roiling people right now, particularly the only objection I have is to see the, all over the place with it. You got to give a little ground for strategy, moving things around a little bit too much. I'll ask Stephen more about that. And Daniel Turner, nobody better on energy. They sent us a great story about, I think Joe Burrow, Dan, is involved. His town, where he's from, is one that they cite. When Trump talks about coal, why does that resonate with people?
NFL quarterback Joe Burrow?
I believe so.
Oh.
It's somewhere in one paragraph there. It resonates with people because it's a way of life. Do you tell people, well, that way of life is over. We don't need it anymore when we need energy supplies. We'll see what he says, particularly with China there. We'll see what he says about that. All that unfolds in Dom's Money Melody for a great price. Did they change the copy? No. It still says Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne, what's love got to do with it?
No.
That is what he was nominated for, though.
Oh,
yeah,
is it?
well, that's true, but still.
I feel like if you're trying to sell the guy being in a film, you got to mention he's
just
Morpheus.
say Matrix. He's the Matrix. Morpheus. Just put Morpheus in there. That's it. We'll do that, though. We'll add on to it. 855-839-1210. Get in on side question 2 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2000.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Got a tipping law in New Jersey, too, that I'll tell you about. And this always gets people a bit crazy here. Under this bill, restaurants that will not be able to count earned tips or a portion of them toward the minimum wage. And the head of the restaurant people says already they have to meet the minimum wage in New Jersey in one way or another, but if you put this on restaurant owners, it would be a 200% increase on what they have to pay versus the earned tips. And he argues that the average person that gets tipped in New Jersey between everything, earns $22 an hour, which is over the minimum wage. Well, some are making well above that. It changes the business model of the entire industry, so an owner-operator would have to pay 200% times more an hour for an employee, and the concern the prices would have to go up. And I bet the people that have this bill, and Phil Murphy, who appears to be behind it, I don't think they've ever worked in a restaurant, ever worked in that situation when it comes to tipping, minimum wage, and how this whole thing works out. So we'll probably get somebody on, because I know that every time a tipping story comes up, that's where everybody has a chance to make decisions of what they're going to do. And a lot of people listening have worked for tips. And what is the minimum wage in New Jersey? Is it 15? Is it 15 something? I think it's 15.69, something like that. This was done in D.C., and the move was a main factor in 3,000 workers losing their jobs and the closure of nearly 75 restaurants, says the head of the Restaurant Association in New Jersey. Again, Jersey, diners, restaurants, famous for that, right? Is this something beneficial to people? to go down this path. Are these people being taken advantage of? Their argument on the other side is, and again, I bet this is people that never managed anything. It's Democrats behind this, pushing down this path. I guess they think it's too unreliable to factor in the tip. I need some restaurant people in Jersey. As we understand it, as I understand it, you get to count a portion of the tips toward the minimum wage. But you still have to come out with the minimum wage, no matter what, and above, if possible. And they say the average is $22 an hour. Isn't the bigger thing in Jersey with Democrats? All right, it's on average $22 an hour plus people that are better, get more tips, etc. Okay. Isn't the issue in this election one of the biggest issues? And if it is, how does any Republican lose? The cost of living in New Jersey is just ridiculous. Every day they add more to it, more taxes, more regulation, skyrocketing cost of energy and everything else. The property tax thing. Dan, have you come up with a new assessment now? We've talked property taxes. You go back to Indiana versus where you are now. Let me see if I can set an over and under based upon where you are. We don't have to say the town.
Oh, I don't even know. I can't tell you.
Is it about 10,000 plus?
Maisie makes those calls.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't even want to give you wrong information.
All right. Yeah. Because I around this time of the year on tax day, I see numbers that are mind-boggling. I forget where the town was. Last week we saw it was 21,000. I mean, it's just impossible to believe that. So what do Democrats want to do? They're behind this. It apparently has Phil Murphy's blessing. What they want to do is they want to ratchet up what the employer has to do. They're saying essentially $22 an hour, not enough. Can't be counting that toward the minimum wage if you're on tips. The employers have statistics. They have to report this, that certainly that's above the minimum wage by $7, and people usually make more. Okay. Well, it doesn't meet the standard of living in New Jersey, which I don't doubt. 22 an hour, that's what, 160, we'll make it 170 times 5, that's 500, 350, 850. That's in the mid-40s. Yeah, that's not enough to live in Jersey. How about we cut down where the standard of living, you don't have to make 50 plus in order to be anywhere near. And you need a couple doing that. You're still probably not in the middle class. So what are you in the middle class in New Jersey? This is just another example.
All right.
Yes.
I do have numbers if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we pay currently where we live in Gloucester County.
Right.
Around $7,000 to $8,000 per year in property taxes.
That's pretty good by Maisie there. Nice work.
And that's for a home that's only about 1,680 square feet,
right.
1,700 square feet. Now I'm going to, and you told me to get into this because when I lived down in Indiana, it was a completely different story. The high school I went to a public high school, and I always say this, but there was what was called
the
natatorium.
Yes.
It was a Olympic-sized swimming pool, and we had multiple gyms, and we had air conditioning in all classrooms, which is surprising to hear, but something that a lot of New Jersey schools suffer from.
Right.
So a house in Indiana, 5,550 square feet. Zestimate of $500,000, Dom. You're paying less in taxes than I'm currently paying. You're paying around $5,000 a year in property taxes.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so you're talking about a house that's, 3 times the size?
Yeah.
About 3 times the size for less property taxes.
And this is just an example. We haven't talked tipping in quite a while. I think 20% is still the standard, but maybe it's higher at this point post-Biden moving forward into the summer. 855-839-1210, you get on board. So what they would do is, again, they would cut into the employer who, by Jersey laws now, has the ability to count some of the tips toward meeting the minimum wage. All right? And negate that completely. When this was tried in Washington, D.C., 75 restaurants closed, 3,000 jobs lost. Here you go again. Who are the people that are doing this? People that have never had to run a business like Phil Murphy and the Democrats whose name is on the bill. Those are the people doing it. Why do they do it? Because they have ratcheted up. They create the problem, and then they create by their another solution something that's worse. So in the governor's race, if Jack Ciattarelli, and Jack Ciattarelli is going to be the nominee, I got to say it here and clear. I don't have any boundaries on that. He better be the nominee. Jack Ciattarelli, if he can't beat Gottheimer, seems kind of likely to me on the other side, the only one that can pose, but he's got the problem of alleging he listens to Bruce Springsteen all the time, and he apparently didn't. Remember that whole scam with Spotify? Well, if he brings up affordability and what he's going to do to change affordability, how would anyone, even in Jersey, rationally believe Democrats and affordability? You know, I'm not saying Republicans in Jersey are the best tax cutters and all that, but at least as a promise, that's where they are. Democrats know no bounds. This is another example. Take an industry, restaurant diners in Jersey, that is a big deal. Put employers behind the eight ball even more now with another tax on them just to keep going. What do you think is going to happen? It's ridiculous. You can't do business there. It is not affordable. But Gottheimer in his ad says affordability is the issue. That's the big issue in Jersey. Okay, then. How can a Democrat possibly win? I'm even conceding how progressive it is, how nuts it is that people vote just on their ideology over the years. We've seen incursions here. But if that's really the issue in Jersey, how in the world are you going to vote for a Democrat again, particularly after two-term Phil Murphy? And how insufferable this has been, and it never ends. 855-839-1210. So if you work in a restaurant, it doesn't have to be in Jersey. How does it work where you are? How much of a burden does it put on the employer? $22 an hour is the average. I'm not sure if it's the median. The word average is used here. I'm just going by that. And in Jersey, that's not a whole lot. But Democrats create it, and then the solution is to hamper those who are actually at least hiring people, running a business in this mind-boggling thing that they've created. And they get away with it because the media will say, yeah, how can you have a person, how do you expect them to live in Jersey at $22 an hour? And my answer is it's not middle class. Even if it's a couple, I think that's going to be difficult. Who created that, though? What can you do to lower that where that makes sense that that could somewhat work? Nope, we're not going to look at it that way. We're going to go after the industry, pile more on that, create more difficulties rather than addressing it the other way. That's what the debate should be in the governor's race. If Republicans can't win this one, then and we got the secret weapon, Scott Presler, day and night there, then something's wrong. There is just something wrong. And I'm still waiting. I got to say it. I'm a little bit disappointed. We had on these two assembly people who have a great idea, the Jersey Doge. Remember that? Dan's on them. Periodically, we asked him, well, what have you come up with? Remember the whole thing of DoorDash and Rutgers football and over $400,000 calling DoorDash for all kinds of food. Some of them weren't even in state, and taxpayers pay for that. I'd like to hear more. There's got to be just an enormous amount in Jersey of this nonsense. Get on it. Give us a few more of these. You can win an election just based on the outrage of these things. And how are Republicans framing this? They're not in the way that I am with Josh Shapiro. And the damage to the residents is in the millions of dollars with the maniac allegedly throwing Molotov cocktails. Why do I see no one? Are the state police that big in parts of Pennsylvania? I mean, are they sacrosanct? They screwed up here big time. There's no other way to put it. And the taxpayers are going to have to pay millions of dollars. Let's go to Mike in Bucks County here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mike. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. You know, I grew up washing dishes, then bussing tables, then waiting tables because I had to contribute towards my car insurance and put gas in the car.
Right.
And I don't know where as a society we got this idea that you should be able to raise a family of 4 and pay for a mortgage and everything else on a server's salary or minimum wage or whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, but you don't get to live that kind of living, like all this entitlement for I should have a house and 2 cars and 2 kids in public school waiting tables. I'm of the opinion waiting tables is supplemental income.
Mike, I think you're going. Don't you think you're going a little bit overboard here, don't you think? And look, I commend you that you had that experience. I only worked in it once in my father's bar restaurant, but Mike, I don't think these people are saying that. They're just saying they want to be left alone at this, and now we're jumping in with the employer. The $22 an hour, I'm the one that said it. I don't think you need both people doing this, and even then, you're barely getting there. Are you saying they're whiners then?
A little bit. I think tipping culture is getting insane. It's rough when you get a cold meal and the server doesn't even come to check on you for 30 minutes, and you finally tell them your meal's cold, and you maybe get something dropped on your table 20 minutes later, but the expectation is that 20% tip, which I hold my breath and I put it down because I do feel for the people. It's not the server's fault when the kitchen's backed up.
What do you do if it's good? What do you do if it's good?
I've gone 30, 40, 50%
that's
really good service to make a point.
Yeah.
But, it's the whole expectation of 20% for just, I don't want to compare service today to service 20 years ago, but you're lucky to even get a smile, and that demands 20%. It's nuts.
Well, I would agree with you on that part, without a doubt. So, Mike, what's your side today? What's something you got to do? But, boy, you're not looking forward to it.
It's running about 10 years now, but a physical that I still haven't done.
I thought you were going to say you do it every year, but wait a minute, Mike. Get to that doctor's office today, the physical.
I did just do my colonoscopy at 50. I finally got around to that.
Yeah, but, I put that off, too. To be honest, in the beginning, I put that off 2 or 3 times. I had an excuse where I had to do it. But, Mike, let me ask you. You got to
do that, Dom.
You got to get the Trump guy to do it. We're talking to Nick Kale today about it. We have Dan standing here on YouTube. He's 220. Trump is apparently 224 on this with a body fat of only 4.8%. I want to know the Trump doctor. I want to go through that physical. Dom, go run a marathon.
So Henry's going to get his chest waxed, and I'll get a physical live on
That's right. Live here. Dan's getting a physical. Henry will wax the chest. What more can we provide for entertainment?
You're not getting me on the manscaping. Not going there.
No. Tell him why it's ridiculous, Mike. Come on.
If you need to be told, there's something wrong, I guess. I
don't need to be told.
Oh, nicely shot.
I don't need to be told anything.
I don't want to upset anybody.
Wait a minute. You've attacked servers. Now you're attacking men who are shaving. Good work by you here, at least in one category.
Yeah, well, thank you. You guys have a good afternoon.
Thanks very much. Dan, that shaving thing we were setting up in Mulligan's, I think the mayor would say it's okay to do it there. Maybe we'll see some of that. It's right around the time where Henry needs to shorten himself. How many times over the summer does the shaving have to happen?
You ever see this guy? You hear his voice?
Twice, maybe? Yeah.
No, really? Only twice?
I
expected like every 3 days with your voice.
No.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
No, I'll let stubble rock. I'm not like, I just hate when it gets all like scraggly and stuff.
My God.
It is stubble.
You can't have a stubbly chest.
Come on now.
Sure I do.
Oh, God.
He's showing his chest now.
Ro might call in, and she's a big hair on the chest thing. So, yeah, she would object to this.
Wait, is it past Memorial Day? No. Why do you have a stubbly chest then?
It was just in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he shaved it for Florida.
All right. You can get in right now. 855. You heard Mike. And he does tip well enough. So, is that the problem? People in service jobs thinking you can do the middle class around this. I see the problem again. Democrats, Murphy, we couldn't get them on, the Democrats, but I think we get the restaurant guy on because this is the governor's race. They create the problem. It costs too much to live in Jersey. Look, we've been through this. My view is they have a captive audience. Dan, you think you'd stay in Jersey? You grew up partly in Cherry Hill, right? So, and
It's in my
Maisie
blood.
has always been in Jersey, right?
I've
Except
lived
for Port Richmond.
I've lived halfway across the country, spent 10 years
Right.
down in Indiana, and I just had something that drew me back to the area. Moved to Philadelphia after living in
Right.
Marlton for a bit. Stayed in
Right.
Philadelphia for a couple of years, but then there's just something that draws me. I don't know what it is, Dom. Like, we often ask, what is it about New Jersey that draws people across the bridge? It's obviously not the taxes.
No, it's a sense of place. You have the food, the language, the feel, the whole thing
Familiarity.
about Jersey. For me, it's a place versus just transient places all over the country. That's what I think.
No, I think that's fair. Like, you move to other places throughout the country, and you say, where are you from? You get Jersey a lot of times because the transients move to the Midwest, or there's a sense of place. That's a good answer. Yeah.
When I go back to South Philly, living, where the streets are kind of broad there, et cetera, I go back to South Philly and go, wow, that seems kind of crowded. Those little streets are quaint and all that, but my God.
Is it really much more crowded than when you were there, though?
It looks crowded to me after your perspective when you live in
Is
a
it just
place
because
like,
there's more cars on the road now, though?
I think it's, the parking in South Philly.
Yeah, it's
oh,
terrible.
my God. When you have I still can't get used to backing the car in. I'm not backing the car in. No. The angle parking.
Wait.
You have
Are you
to
talking like
angle
parallel
park.
parking you don't want to do?
No, I love parallel
Oh, yeah,
parking.
okay.
You have to angle parking.
And the backing up of the car is only for...
20th and Jackson used to be Nick's Roast Beef, triple parking. If you had to get out, you went in and said, Nick, hey, somebody's blocking me. A guy would come out, put down a sandwich, and move out. Now it's all angle parking.
I mean, that's much better than being stuck in...
I guess it is, but it's, to me, it just
Are you
looks
advocating for
bizarre.
triple parking?
Yes. In
Wait,
South
so you're
Philly,
against
yes.
double parking, but you're okay with triple parking?
I'm against, and in South Philly, you have to do what you have to do.
No, come
yeah,
on, no.
exactly. I don't
Get
like
out,
the
get out of
angle
the
parking.
road.
All
Go
right.
find a spot.
All right.
Walk a block.
Yeah, I'm glad Mike referenced that hair shaving, though. That happened early in the show here, very early, hours ago, and he was on it.
Yeah, we already have a promo made of it, Dom.
Oh, yes?
You want to hear? You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Dom Giordano.
The guy that called in for some reason to talk about his dad shaving his back
Wait, his
hair.
dad would shave his back hair?
Yes. We were going over body parts, and Dan, I think, alluded to that you might be a guy that shaves your chest hair.
Man, this is a hot start to the show today. I wasn't expecting this. Yeah, you know what? In the summertime, I like to be bare chested.
All right, I win again. There we go.
It's Dom.
We need more.
Dom
We need
Giordano.
part 2 on this, the actual shaving day. We need a sponsor, Norelco or something. I don't jeez.
Gillette.
It used Gillette, right? Or no? Is it electric?
Well, I mean, you being a Tom Brady fan.
Yeah,
how
that's
could you
right.
suggest
I
anything
honestly
else?
don't even know what brand my razors are.
Oh, use razors.
Norelco?
Okay, good. All right. I would assume you use that. All right. 855-839-1210.
Sitting there with hot wax? Is he sugaring his chest?
Oh, my God. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, if you win today, you have won a pair of Fandango movie codes to see The Amateur from 20th Century Studios, rated R, only in theaters and IMAX. Additional info, The Amateur is an all-new espionage thriller, 20th Century Studios, starring Oscar winner Rami Malek.
Mr.
Bohemian.
He's a Mr.
Yeah.
Robot. They put there that he's...
Yeah,
you know,
Bohemian Rhapsody.
yeah,
I
yeah.
had no
Freddie
reference.
Mercury,
And
that's fine.
Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne. Not saying it. Matrix.
There
look
it is.
it up.
Yes,
The
yes.
Matrix.
Morpheus, come
Should
on.
have Morpheus.
Yeah, yeah.
An all-time great. The sweat. I think that was natural sweat, too. I don't think they had to pour it on him when the Mr. Smith had him in there. Great sweater. All right, Henry or Dan, who has it
Yeah,
here?
Dom, today I'm going to take it.
Yes.
And what we're going to do is we're going to play a song that defines the side question today, a place that you really don't want to be. How about Stuck in the Middle with You by Steelers Wheel? So we're going to play a cover song of that, Dom. And here's a little clue. This dual Italian-Canadian citizen had a grandfather, Dom, that whenever he fixed something at a nightclub, he did it for free so the owners would allow this future Grammy Award winner to sing there. Another little factoid, in 2005, this singer set a record for the most tickets sold in one day ever at the Sydney Opera House. Here's the cover song, Dom. We want to know who today's cover artist is. Take a listen.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Where you started out with nothing and you pilot you're a self-made man. Yeah. And your friends they often call and slap you on your back and say please.
So, Dom, we want to know who the cover artist is today. The cover artist of this great song that defines this question of A place you hate to be, but you got to be there.
I would say Passable, the cover artist today, not the usual bad. Passable.
I think it's a pretty great voice, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this song, though, I'm not sure if that's the right person for
No,
it.
it doesn't work for him.
Yeah,
You're
that's,
right.
That's
It's out of the ordinary for him, I'll say that much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the voice, I get it. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are off to the movies coming up. More of your calls.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember, Politics in Pints will be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally. Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and eyeing.
You're the best.
Step up to the fifth C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
The bees are buzzing, the birds are chirping, and the bats are cracking. Spring is here, and there's no better way to enjoy spring's arrival than with your favorite cocktail from Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. This month, head to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and enjoy $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of Jack Daniel's and Jack Daniel's flavors. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and all number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Get your tickets now for Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun. Hysterical.
Super funny.
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Absolutely. Show us the money. All right, who's covering this famous song?
Well, I don't know why I came here tonight. I got the feeling that something ain't right. I'm so scared in case I fall off my chair, and I'm wondering how I'll get down the stairs. Clowns to the left of me, Joe.
All right, let's go to Kristen in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kristen, who's covering the song?
Hi, is it Michael Bublé?
Hey!
Very nice. Have you ever called before,
Hey.
Kristen? I would recognize a voice like that. My God, it's in the Carmen range here, Dan.
Probably a year ago. 2 years
Okay.
ago. That's a while.
Call us more, Kristen.
We would remember. I'll put you on hold, Kristen. Enjoy the film, and remember, you're seeing Morpheus. Not what's love got to do with it.
Yeah, come on.
All
That's
right.
Michael Bublé, a dual
Right.
Italian-Canadian citizen, Dom. I didn't know that.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
duel with Canadian. Don't let him into it. Make up your mind with the citizenship.
Pretty
One or
sure
the
he's got
other.
a hockey rink in his basement.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
That he
that.
plays with his friends down there.
That's pretty awesome.
Haven't heard. Seems like a guy would shave his chest to me, though. I'm just no.
Oh,
I'm going
wow.
too far with this.
I'm looking at that's really cool that he has a.
Okay.
He does have a hockey ring in the basement.
Is he any good? Does he play goalie?
I have no idea.
Okay.
No,
He's a
I think
singer.
taking
I
a
don't-
shot. He looks pretty decent to take
All
a
right.
shot.
Leslie has come up with some great ones today. Let's get hers on something you have to do. Leslie, what's yours?
Aloha.
Aloha.
Forgive me, Dom, for I haven't called in several weeks.
All right,
I
Dan,
have
get
missed
ready for
some
the
Dom
penance.
time.
Get ready for the penance, yes.
I have missed some Dom time. I
Oh,
have disagreed on some of your positions.
Oh, that's the worst.
And I resolved to be a more committed listener and caller, as you are a deserving talk host, but mostly to avoid your ire.
That's right. It's hell or purgatory, at least for you. That's right. You know what? I don't know why they get rid of purgatory pretty much. I thought it was a great idea. You earn your time, and you have to put it in. It's like a rubber room, and then you go to heaven.
Who got rid of purgatory?
Yeah, where'd it go?
I don't think the Catholic Church, Purgadicio, I love throwing the Latin around. We have to look at the
Gotta
official
stop on the
position
Tour,
on
Dom?
that. Or is it limbo they got rid of? They may have been limbo.
Limbo. That I'll agree with. But purgatory, we're all going to see everybody in purgatory, and it's on the exit from purgatory whether or not we'll see you again.
Oh. You don't go straight to hell. We can't say straight to hell. Purgatory,
Nope.
then you take the left. Notice I'm saying
Well, there
the
are
left.
some. There are some that will get that direct shot to hell, but most of us will spend a little, or maybe a lot of time in purgatory.
I think there would be talk radio there. I know there has to be.
Just mid-hosts.
That's a great
All you
one.
can
The
listen
act
to.
of contrition. Thank you, Leslie. You're back into the fold. Now go forward and sin no more. I'm not sure the last part of that, but there we go. All right, coming up, we're going to have Daniel Turner, the energy guy, sent us a great piece, his people, about coal. President Trump this week talking with coal, or was it last week? He was with a bunch of coal miners. And it's not just about the energy source. It's about a whole way of life. Remember when Hillary Clinton went to Virginia the first time around and said, because we're going to put these people out of work, Tim. It was Tim Kaine, the VP choice. And we're going to have them doing solar panels and all that stuff. Not going to fly. Is that something you would advise people to stay in? That's a rough job still, to put it mildly. All right, he's next, but we'll get your calls in. Something you don't want to do like laundry or taxes, but you have to. 855-839-1210. Okay, let's talk first, though, about Sicily. Sicily is not just a place we visit. I bet if you come with us on this big trip with conservative tours, you're going to want to go back to Sicily again and again and again, like the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. They all went through here. And the reason is the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty. This is Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Headed there, conservative tours. You can't go with anybody else, wherever we're headed. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy are the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, the stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. They lay it all out. I can't emphasize enough the fun of this with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. Last time, a couple years ago, we went to Venice and Rome. Leslie was almost like a tour guide with us. You'll enjoy the Godfather tour. Visit all the locales from the movies. And the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, we'll hit that. The Valley of the Temples, Mount Etna, Savoca. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, the White Lotus. It's country within a country. Here's the phone line to call them right now. They're starting to fill up. 888-733-9494.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's time. Coming to your calls. You want to get a winner today. Something hard to do, but you have to do it. Taxes Laundry Day. Daniel Turner is the founder and executive director of Power the Future, national nonprofit organization that advocates for American energy jobs. You can find him on Twitter at Daniel Turner PTF, at Daniel Turner PTF. Wrote a big piece, and they sent it to us about President Trump. Rural America, it was probably last week that Trump was with coal miners, I think in West Virginia. And why is this important? Of course, energy, but there are other big reasons of what goes on with this. Let's go to Daniel Turner on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Daniel, welcome back.
Hey, great to be on with you. Thanks for having me back.
Daniel, before we talk about this op-ed, the battle with China, I mean, you're not an economist per se, but energy is a driving force. I'll give you a hard question on this. What is the advantage? We know the advantages we have vis-a-vis China. Is there any advantage they have in your sector in energy?
Yeah, it would be if President Trump were not in office and he didn't issue these executive orders to reinvigorate the coal industry. That would be their biggest advantage. We've offshored a lot of our manufacturing, which requires coal to make it, because we don't feel like dealing with the cost of labor unions and healthcare and safety equipment. So, for example, take something like solar panels, right? Solar panels, 75% of them or so are made in China. And you make solar panels by burning coal. We could do that here in America, but it would be expensive. So we move it to China. China pollutes air and water. They use slave labor. No one has to have safety goggles or sexual harassment and diversity training on Friday, right? They just work people to death. And then the green industry says, look how cheap solar panels are. So that is their advantage. When we turn a blind eye to our values, to whether it's human rights, environmental issues, and we just let China do whatever the hell we want, and we hide behind, well, that's just free markets, or that's just being an environmentalist, then we've given China a huge competitive advantage. Absolutely.
So you're right. 3 big reasons here that are very logical to see when we hear coal. First of all, you go back to some of the people like Bloomberg and others who singled this out as something they were going to stop, not just the pollution potential there, but Hillary Clinton, fatal mistake. If I played it once, I played it 500 times. We're going to put a lot of these people out of work, right, Tim? And it was Tim Kaine there with her. And essentially, she was talking about coal country and always we're all going to be making solar panels. So you talk here, the best spot to me is talking about Trump and the pulse of rural America, Daniel. How does that play into coal?
And I obviously focus on coal because I started my organization because of coal miners and coal jobs. But you could replace coal in this scenario with manufacturing, with ranching, with farming, with timber, furniture making, textiles. There are numerous industries where small town America grew up around the mill or the plant or the factory. And then various forces, and I call them forces deliberately because they're either globalist, they're fake green forces, they're corporatist. Forces move those plants and shut down those industry and move them elsewhere. And we were told that that's just the new economy. That's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? And what we've done is we've plunged those communities into miserable poverty. It's a lot of what J.D. Vance's book Hillbilly Elegy is about. He didn't grow up in a coal town. It was an old manufacturing town. But you look at these towns in Pennsylvania, by God, has lots of them. Oh. What we've done is we've plunged these people into systemic poverty, and we told them, you know what, the green jobs will come, or even the hardcore libertarians would say, well, those factories and that labor, nothing will leave that. You know, that void will be filled by new economies that will take its place, and everything will even out. But it didn't even out for people in in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. It didn't even out for people across Appalachia and people in West Virginia and various towns all across America where we allowed this to happen for bad reasons. And that's the point of my piece. We can argue about coal, good or bad. I obviously feel very strongly about it. We can argue about tariffs. The point of my article, and I was honored the White House even tweeted it out a couple hours ago, is that these poor towns were never, ever recovered, and no one cares about them. People just moved on with their lives and said, too bad, sorry, learn to code, right? Drive Uber, maybe get an OnlyFans page if you're pretty enough. We left these people in poverty.
You should have put that in the article. I was going to bring up the coding, but that's right. Get the OnlyFans. Everybody's going to be able to do that. Do it in the coal mine,
exactly.
The OnlyFans, yeah.
That's what we did to these folks, and then when these towns are forced into poverty, again, poor towns aren't created. No one builds a poor town. Poor towns are allowed to happen. Then we turn to the government and we say, well, that's your problem. That's the governor's problem. The governor has to fix this, and yet the governors or the elected officials, they're the ones whose terrible policies usually caused it. And we have to stop this from happening across America. And one of the things I love about coal country and just rural America, and I'm talking to you from my sheep farm in rural Virginia. I live in rural America. I have a farm. These folks don't want to go to San Francisco and learn how to code JavaScript, right? They don't want to go necessarily to New York or Chicago. A lot of them love being in the town where their parents and grandparents and great-grandparents live. And the government has a responsibility to allow them to exist in peace rather than pushing globalist policies that have made it lucrative for companies to ship their jobs overseas and plunged Americans into misery and despair.
The only thing I would say about this, Daniel, and has it improved? You would know better. You're, a great authority on this. Is the possibility of black lung and all that with coal mining? Is there any, safety measures, anything done now? And again, it's choice, though. I hear what you're saying. That they know full well they want to lead this life. It's in the blood, so to speak. Is it any better?
They do, absolutely. They want to live this life, and this is their choice. And there are definite risks in coal mining. There's no doubt. Of course, safety is better. Health is better. In the environment itself is better. But my point, and I mentioned this in the article, is where are the overall large, big picture items that we were told would improve dramatically when we shut down coal, right? We blamed all of our health issues on coal. Children have asthma. Cancer rates are skyrocketing. None of that has changed nationwide. Asthma rates aren't down. Cancer rates aren't down. Respiratory, heart ailments. So the things we blamed on coal and said we will be so much healthier when this is gone, none of that has changed at all. And the things we were promised by getting rid of coal, like how electricity rates are going to drop because the wind and the sun are free, how often did we hear that? Well, none of that's happened either. Electricity is 50% more expensive than it was when Barack Obama became president, and he started the war on coal. I lay a lot of it at his feet in that article. So that didn't happen. So we're not healthier, where we don't have fewer ailments and illnesses as a nation, and our electricity isn't cheaper, and our grid isn't more reliable. So quite frankly, what the hell did we benefit? And we didn't. Who did benefit are, again, globalist interests that moved their companies offshore because it is a hell of a lot cheaper to have 9-year-old girls work in coal mines than to have a bunch of 45-year-old men in Pennsylvania who burn coal to make steel, for example, and damn it, they want weekends off, and they want health care, and they want a fair wage. So you know what? Let's move the steel industry overseas because those 9-year-olds don't really protest. That's what we've done, and that's the quote-unquote benefit we have been told that we have of getting rid of the coal industry. It's been an absolute disaster. Americans know it in their core. But we've hidden behind the fact that this is free markets or this is protecting the environment rather than face the ugly truth.
That last sentence, it puts together or tries to put together two sides, the environment and free markets, trying to coalesce everything, and both sides are faulty on this. Where's the best place to find this article and find you, Daniel?
It is on townhall.com. You can find it on my Twitter feed, Daniel Turner PTF, or on Power of the Future's website. And thanks for letting me talk about it to your wonderful Pennsylvania audience. So thank you,
Daniel. We'll be in touch. Thank you very much for coming on today.
You got it.
Daniel Turner here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, 855-839-1210. See some good ones coming up. Hit us with something that is a pain to do. You put it off, like I think Mike called in, no physical in 10 years. That's a pretty good one. Contrition with, we heard the colonoscopy today, laundry day, and tax day. What a day. 855-839-1210. It's so important to make sure, of course, that our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best-tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family, passionate about water, they'll put 46 years of experience to work for you. Their customer service, I told you, our guy Dwayne usually comes out to serve, is just incredible. They get excited showing you what comes out of your water, how to have a solution that makes sense to you. You'll find that exactly the case. So just contact Martin Water Conditioning, get that free water test. Click on martinwater.com or call 800-887-7555. 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Transitioning from the military to civilian life can be a challenge, but at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, veterans are finding a career where their skills and discipline are truly valued. Anderson Mechanical isn't just a job, it's a place where veterans thrive. With a culture built on integrity and doing what's right, AMC provides a quality environment where hard work and dedication are recognized and rewarded. This company is committed to excellence, not just in the work they do, but in how they treat their employees. Learn more at amcontheweb.com. That's amcontheweb.com.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Dan, newsflash to you, Indiana. They have just cut soda and candy if you're on SNAP. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Look, states, I'm glad to see states can make a decision. I'm still on the other side. Think it's overkill. Think about it. Soda's poison now. Come on. Stop with the soda's poison stuff. All right, side question. Something you hate to do, but it's got to be done. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, how you doing today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. When I was in my early teens, in the 60s, my father would take me fishing in Chester County, which at that time was flush with farms and cow pastures. And to reach the stream, I had to cross a field, minus the cows. And as I was crossing the field, I was doing so with a queasy reluctance, hoping not to step into any pools of cow manure, which fortunately never occurred.
Thank you, Joe. It never occurred, though. Oh, my God. Oh, goodness. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
On a similar vein to Joe's, when you're hunting or fishing, you're there, quiet, you're and it's gutting a fish or gutting a deer. That's the most unpleasant part of going out and hunting and fishing is you have to clean it when you're done.
Yeah, the fish I wouldn't mind. The deer, that's pretty tough.
Tom, you
man.
ever gut a fish?
No, I did not. You think it's even worse than the deer? The deer is...
No, the deer's got to be worse than the fish.
Yeah.
A deer's worse than a fish.
Yeah. The fish...
It's the size of a human. I mean, it's not easy.
Yeah, the fish I need, so I can look past that. The deer, though, I'm not, not. Oh man.
No venison jerky for Dom?
No venison jerky. The meat days have been long over. I like Gary's here, but it's
Pat's.
unusual. Yeah, I like a couple of them. Pat's, oh man.
Yeah.
Gary, what's yours?
Well, about 10 years ago, when my daughter was in high school, I made a commitment to go with her skydiving because she heard that I was going skydiving. My wife said, "You guys can go as long as I don't know." So I didn't really want to go again, but I did. And the worst part was when you get in the plane with her and her fiance at the time, you have to watch them jump out, and then you have to jump out, hoping that you all land, because if you don't, someone's not going home. And hopefully, if there was going to be something bad, it would have been me not going home.
That's a pretty good
Relatable one for you too, Dom.
Yeah. Well, I didn't do it. It was a tough thing, and I said, "Let me go home."
You didn't force yourself to do it.
No, I did not force myself. When the guy said, "Your leg's broken," we were jumping into a pit. Yours only a broken ankle. I was like, "Oh man, why did I ever even do this?" Hours of training, and when they said, "Well, we can't take everybody up. Anybody like to go home?" The guy's getting knocked over at the door. People running out of there.
Got to take Pat because
Pat's
it touches
got a
my
great-
heart.
yeah.
Maisie's parents are going through this right now.
Yeah. Hey, Pat, what's yours?
Actually, I had said that paying taxes, which I absolutely hate, especially when you owe a lot of money. But I have switched to downsizing. When you get older, or when you have to move out of a house and you have to throw everything out away because it's awful. It's the most dreadful thing I've ever done.
Very emotional.
I can't. It's very, very personal. I understand how hoarders grieve. I wasn't a hoarder, but it's very, very hard to throw out things.
Pat, I would say this. Don't throw it all out. Don't let Ro hear that. Keep it.
Well, you got it.
No, I'm keeping as much as I can. I can't give that advice. I'm
Buy a
keeping it.
storage locker?
You know what? I'm going to go home with the stuff I told Ro I've hidden that I kept it. She said, "Oh, we got to get rid of this."
Father-in-law Mike, turn off the radio. We do not need you to keep anything.
No,
in
keep
there.
it. Keep it. I can't have it. All right, Dan, what's yours?
Leslie and Bryn Mawr's confession answer.
All right, Henry.
I got to go with Pat. The downsizing.
I got to go with Pat. That was very emotional.
Yeah, it was.
Close call, Leslie. Great job, though. But Pat, don't listen to Dan on this. Henry, you got to break the tie. Can Pat keep some stuff?
Yeah, some stuff.
Well,
Yeah, you
some
can keep
stuff.
some.
Well, some stuff
but
to me. Hey,
you got to
Pat.
get the dumpster out front, and you got to start chucking in.
Pat, don't listen to these guys. They're heartless. They're heartless. Just remember that. Not Dom. Big-hearted Dom. Keep the stuff. You got to keep as much as you can. Don't let them take it away. It's sentimental. It has value. My first haircut. I think I have the hair at home.
Oh, come
There
on.
you go.
No, you don't need that. No.
Yeah. Yes, Ro, you're not throwing any of that
You're not
out.
in Maisie's saddle from a horse that's not been with us for multiple years now.
Oh, keep that.
No.
Keep that saddle. All right, Rich C.O.